moving truck had pulled away hours ago, but the scent of cardboard and dust still hung heavy in the air. I sat on the floor of my new living room, surrounded by towers of half-opened boxes. The house was quiet, too quiet, and every sound seemed to echo more than it should have, like the place was hollow in a way I couldn't quite explain. The previous owner had died here. That part wasn't disclosed until after the closing papers were signed. Natural causes, the realtor had said with a too-quick smile. But the house had been on the market for an oddly long time, especially for a place this size in a decent neighborhood. I told myself it was just one of those things. Bad timing, high interest rates, picky buyers. That sort of logic worked fine during the day. But now it was nearing midnight. I kept telling myself that the strangeness I felt wasn't real. New houses always felt unfamiliar, especially when you were in them alone. Every creak, every shift in temperature, every scrape of branches outside the window, all of it felt magnified in a way that made your skin crawl. I decided to unpack a bit more just to distract myself. The kitchen seemed like a good place to start. I carried a box through the shadowy hallway, flicking on lights as I went. The bulbs hummed overhead, buzzing faintly as if they hadn't been used in years. Maybe they hadn't. I was unwrapping glasses when I heard it, a soft knock from the back of the house. Not the door, not the windows. It sounded like something tapping on the wall itself. I froze. The knock didn't come again. It's an old house, I muttered to myself, though my voice sounded too small in the stillness. Wood contracts, pipes rattle, whatever. Still, I found myself listening for it, every muscle tense. Nothing but silence. Eventually, I got the kitchen mostly sorted and grabbed a beer from the fridge. I cracked it open, savoring the sound, and headed to the living room. At least there I had set up the couch and TV earlier, so it felt a little less like a construction zone. I turned on a random documentary for background noise. I wasn't really watching it. My mind kept drifting back to that knock. A little after 1 a.m., the temperature dropped abruptly. A cold draft moved through the room, though no windows were open. Goosebumps rose on my arms. I clicked off the TV and listened. Something was different. The house felt alert. Then I heard it again. Not a knock this time, a dragging sound. Slow, deliberate. From upstairs. I didn't move at first. I just stared toward the dark outline of the staircase, barely illuminated by the dim table lamp beside me. The sound continued for several seconds, then stopped abruptly. I should have left right then, grabbed my keys, walked out the door, driven anywhere, but the rational part of my brain tried to take over. Houses settle. Animals get inside. Old plumbing is noisy. Maybe something heavy shifted in one of the upstairs rooms. I swallowed, placed the beer down, and stood. My legs felt shaky as I walked toward the stairs. Halfway up, a chill swept across me again. My hand tightened on the railing. I didn't want to go up, but leaving it unexplored felt worse. The upstairs hallway was dark, so I flipped the switch. The light flickered twice before turning on, casting a dull yellow glow over the worn hardwood floors. The dragging sound had come from the end of the hallway, from the room that would eventually be my office. I stepped cautiously, almost tiptoeing. The floorboards groaned under my weight, each sound making me glance nervously over my shoulder. When I reached the office door, I hesitated. Then I pushed it open. Nothing, just boxes stacked neatly against the walls. The window was closed. Nothing had fallen. Nothing was out of place. A mix of relief and confusion washed over me. I dug through a couple of boxes, checking for signs of rodents or anything else that might have caused the noise. Nothing. I whispered, "I'm just exhausted," and closed the office door. I had just turned back toward the hallway when I saw it. A shape, standing at the opposite end of the hall. For a moment, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. But the longer I stared, the more certain I became. There was a silhouette, tall, still, framed in the darkness near the top of the staircase. My breath hitched. I blinked hard. Gone. The hallway was empty. I hurried downstairs, nearly tripping as I stumbled off the last step. My pulse pounded in my ears. I locked the front door, checked the back door, then checked them again, just to be sure. For the next hour or so, I sat rigidly on the couch with every light in the house on. I told myself it was stress, exhaustion, imagination, anything but what my senses insisted I saw. Eventually, against my better judgment, I drifted to sleep. I didn't sleep long. A loud bang jolted me awake. Not a knock this time, something heavier. something forceful. It came from the basement. I sat upright, disoriented, heart racing. The house was silent again, but the echo of that bang still vibrated in my memory. The basement door was in the kitchen. I approached it slowly, listening. I placed my ear against the door. Nothing. Part of me wanted to ignore it entirely, pretend it never happened. But another part of me, the stubborn, curious part, couldn't. I opened the door. Cold air drifted up, far colder than the rest of the house. The basement light was at the top of the stairs. I flipped the switch. A single bulb flickered to life below, casting long shadows across the concrete floor. I stepped down one stair, then another. Halfway down, the bulb flickered again. Then it went out. Pitch black. I smacked the wall for a switch, flipping it repeatedly. The bulb buzzed faintly but didn't come back on. A sound rose from the darkness. Breathing. Not mine. Deep, strained breathing like someone struggling to inhale. Wet, uneven. I froze, gripping the railing. Then something moved. Something big. I heard the scrape of a foot, or something like a foot, drag across the concrete floor. I backed up the stairs as fast as I could without making noise. My feet trembled, slipping twice before I reached the top. I slammed the basement door shut so hard the frame rattled. I stood there shaking, both palms pressed to the door as if something might try to push from the other side. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. At sunrise, with the house finally feeling less oppressive, I worked up the nerve to open the basement door again. The light switch worked instantly. The bulb glowed steady and bright. I descended cautiously. The basement was empty. No signs of forced entry, no animals, nothing that could have made the breathing I'd heard, but one thing was different. A trail of thick dust had been disturbed along the far wall, dragged aside in the shape of smeared footprints. Human-sized. Bare. I swallowed hard and backed away. Over the next few days, the activity escalated. Some nights I heard footsteps pacing the hallway upstairs. Other nights I heard whispering near my bedroom door, just faint enough that I couldn't make out words, but close enough to make my skin crawl. One morning I woke to find every kitchen cabinet wide open. Another morning the office door was locked from the inside, even though I had no key for it. I tried to convince myself I was sleepwalking, or that the house had some weird quirk. But deep down, I knew better. One night, around 3 a.m., every light in the house switched off at once. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, already too afraid to sleep. The room plunged into darkness. Heavy footsteps began moving slowly down the upstairs hallway, much too heavy to be mine. The kind of footsteps that shook the floorboards in a way human ones shouldn't. They stopped outside my bedroom door. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the doorknob began to turn. Slowly, I didn't breathe. I couldn't. The knob kept turning, inching clockwise until it couldn't go any farther. Then it rattled violently, like someone or something was yanking it. Unable to stop myself, I whispered, "Please stop." The rattling stopped instantly. Silence. Then, from the other side of the door, came a soft, muffled voice. "Let me in." My blood ran cold. The voice was distorted, wet, hoarse, inhuman. But somewhere buried inside it, there was the faintest hint of a familiar tone. The previous owner. I scrambled out of bed and backed into the far corner of the room. The doorknob twitched again, then turned back to its normal position. Footsteps walked away, slow and dragging. I didn't move until the first light of dawn seeped through the blinds. The next day I called the realtor, demanding more information about the house. After some hemming and hawing, she finally admitted something she hadn't disclosed. The previous owner hadn't died of natural causes. He'd been found at the bottom of the basement stairs. No signs of forced entry, no signs of a struggle, no explanation. Just a broken neck. Alone in the house. I packed that same day. I didn't even bother organizing the boxes. I just shoved everything inside and loaded my car to the brim. I stayed in a hotel that night. A cheap one, but it felt safer than the house. Just as I began drifting off to sleep, someone knocked on the hotel door. 3 slow, deliberate taps. I sat up, heart racing. Then I heard it, that same wet, strained breathing, right outside the door. "Let me in," the voice whispered closer now. "You live in my house." The door handle twitched, then turned. Story the end. The moving truck had left hours earlier, but the echoes of footsteps still seemed to hang in the empty rooms. I told myself it was normal. The place was new, the walls hollow, the floors still settling. I'd bought the old Craftsman house on the eastern edge of town because it was cheap. Suspiciously cheap, according to my sister. But I liked the charm. The creaky porch swing, the stained glass window over the stairwell, the fireplace with red brick worn smooth by decades of hands and heat. By sunset, cardboard boxes lined nearly every wall, but I didn't have the energy to unpack. I made a quick dinner, sat at the tiny table, and noticed how quiet the neighborhood was. Not peaceful quiet, blank quiet. The kind of quiet that presses against the windows like fog. I tried brushing it off. Small town. Early nights. People kept to themselves. Around 10, I locked up, shut off the downstairs lights, and headed to bed. The house felt colder upstairs. The previous owners had taken the curtains, leaving the moonlight to stretch in like pale hands across the floor. I climbed into bed fully dressed out of laziness and listened to the wind scrape leaves across the siding. That's when I heard it, a soft thump downstairs. I froze, my mind snapping alert. It wasn't a settling noise, too sharp, too deliberate. I waited, eyes fixed on the ceiling, heart thudding in my ears. The wind gusted again. Maybe something had blown off a counter, maybe a box had fallen. Then came the second sound, a slow, dragging shuffle, like something heavy sweeping across the hardwood floor. I sat up, pulse hammering. My first thought was intruder. Maybe someone had seen me move in alone and decided to try their luck. I grabbed my phone, thumb hovering over the call button, and strained to hear more. Silence. No movement. No breathing. Not even the wind. It stretched so long that I wondered if I'd imagined the whole thing. Finally, I forced myself out of bed and crept to the top of the stairs. The darkness below looked thick, almost oily. I flicked the switch. Nothing happened. The bulb overhead flickered once, weak, then died, leaving the staircase washed in dim moonlight. I muttered under my breath and forced each step to be slow and quiet. When I reached the bottom, I peeked toward the kitchen. Everything looked exactly as it had earlier. Boxes stacked, counters bare, chairs tucked in. But the back door, which I knew I'd locked, stood cracked open 2 inches. A cold wave crawled up my spine. I closed it, double-checked the bolt, and tried to convince myself I simply hadn't shut it tight. Maybe the wind had caught it. Maybe I really was jumpy from the move. I kept the kitchen light on as I walked back to the stairs. Halfway up, the house made a sound I cannot describe. Something between a moan and a sigh, reverberating through the walls as if the entire structure breathed. I froze again, fingers gripping the banister. Then silence. I didn't sleep much that night. Every couple of minutes, the floorboards beneath my room seemed to twitch or creak, and I kept picturing someone standing motionless in the dark downstairs, listening to me breathe. By morning, sunlight washed the whole place in warmth and made everything seem harmless again. I shook off the anxiety and spent the day unpacking. A few neighbors walked by, though none came close enough to greet me. I noticed them glance at the house, then look quickly away. That unsettled me more than the noises. Around noon, as I was setting up the living room, I found something strange wedged behind the fireplace grate. It was a small wooden object, maybe a charm or a token. A circle of hand-carved cedar with symbols etched along the perimeter, symbols I didn't recognize and couldn't quite make sense of. In the center, a single word had been burned into the wood. Stay. I let out a nervous laugh, probably some weird craft project a kid had shoved in there years ago. I tossed it into a drawer with some loose screws and batteries, but my hands shook a little when I did. The next 2 days passed without incident, at least nothing major. A door would shut too hard when no windows were open. A cupboard would be slightly ajar after I knew I'd closed it. Little things. Things I could logically explain, even if none of the explanations actually made sense. But late on the third night, everything changed. It started with the sound of footsteps. Slow, steady, unmistakable. Coming from the attic above my bedroom. I shot upright in bed, every nerve firing. The footsteps moved from one corner of the attic to the opposite side, pacing. I listened, gripping my phone tightly. After a minute, the footsteps stopped, and then something else began. A tapping. Not random, rhythmic. 3 short taps, a pause, 3 more. Over and over, as if someone was sending a message through the ceiling. I left my room, heart pounding, and crept into the hallway. The attic pull-down door sat at the far end, a yellowed piece of rope dangling beneath it. I approached slowly, the tapping still steady overhead. I reached out. The tapping stopped instantly. The silence pressed on my skull. Then something dragged across the attic floor directly above me. Slow and scraping. Close. I stumbled back, breath shaking. I considered calling the police, but what would I tell them? I heard noises. In a house built before the Great Depression, they'd tell me mice or raccoons or the house settling, but nothing with paws walks in perfect human strides. The dragging stopped. A new sound replaced it. Soft, rasping breathing. I ran back to my room, slammed the door, locked it, and sat in the corner with my hands over my ears until exhaustion knocked me out. Morning came, and with it, sunlight and embarrassment. The attic entrance looked perfectly ordinary. I grabbed the ladder, climbed up, and pushed the panel open. The attic was empty. Completely empty. No footprints in the dust. Nothing disturbed. No signs of rodents or animals. But the far beam, its wood was deeply scratched. Fresh scratches. Parallel. Deliberate. Like fingers or nails had dug into it. I climbed down quickly, nearly tripping on the last step. I tried convincing myself it had been there all along, that I had simply never noticed. But the shape of the marks, the depth, they looked new. They looked desperate. That night, I didn't even bother trying to sleep upstairs. I brought blankets to the living room couch and turned the TV on low for background noise. Around 2 a.m., the screen glitched and went black for a moment. When it came back on, the volume had been muted. But the house wasn't silent. Footsteps again. This time on the stairs. Slow, deliberate, descending one creaking step at a time. I sat frozen on the couch, hardly breathing. My phone lay on the coffee table, but I couldn't bring myself to reach for it. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs. Stopped, then turned toward the living room. I saw nothing move in the faint glow from the streetlight, but the air shifted. The temperature dropped so sharply my breath turned visible. I felt something pass by the couch, an invisible pressure brushing against me. The lamp beside me flickered, then went out. I clenched my fists, fighting the urge to run. Running felt like the worst possible choice, though I couldn't explain why. The presence lingered in front of me. The air thickened. My ears rang. Then, slowly, the TV brightened, not with a picture, but with a white haze. Text began to appear on the screen, letter by letter, as if typed by invisible hands. "Stay out of the attic." I scrambled back against the cushions, trembling so violently I nearly fell off the couch. The message flickered, then vanished. The TV went dead again. My breathing was ragged, my vision blurry. When I finally dared move, I grabbed my keys and bolted outside without shoes, without a jacket, without anything but fear propelling me. The night air felt warm compared to the house. I didn't go back inside until sunrise, and even then I moved cautiously, ready to run again. The house seemed normal in daylight. Too normal. Almost smug. I decided I needed answers. I went to the county records office that afternoon, hoping to find something in the house's history. The clerk, an older man with deep-lined cheeks, asked for the address. When I gave it, he paused, fingers hovering over the keyboard. "That place again," he muttered, almost too softly to hear. He printed a thin stack of documents and slid them across the counter. "Be careful in that house," he said without looking up. "Folks don't stay long." I swallowed hard. The records showed the house had changed owners unusually often. Many had stayed less than a year, some only a few months. No official complaints, no police records, just a pattern of people leaving quickly, quietly. One name stood out, a single homeowner who stayed nearly 20 years. A woman named Marjorie Hill. She'd moved out 8 years ago. I found her phone number in the directory. She answered on the second ring, her voice thin and tired. When I introduced myself and asked about the house, there was a long silence on her end. "You need to leave," she said finally. My skin prickled. "I just want to know." "It isn't the whole house," she interrupted. Her voice quavered. "It's the attic. If you go up there too often, it notices, and once it notices you, it doesn't stop." "What notices?" "You think you're alone up there," she whispered, "but something else calls that place home. It never wanted to share." A click. She hung up. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. Every dark hour brought new sounds, scratching, pacing, whispering breaths that tickled the back of my neck, even when nothing was there. On the fourth night after speaking with Marjorie, the attic door unlatched by itself. I heard the soft pop of wood and the long creak as the panel slowly lowered. I stared up the staircase, watching the darkness bleed down the hall. Something moved above the opening. A shadow, but thicker, misshapen, almost pulsing. This time I ran. I grabbed my wallet, my phone, nothing else. I drove until the house was miles behind me. I never went back. The realtor called days later, saying the house was found with every door locked and every window latched. No signs of forced entry. Nothing disturbed, as if I'd imagined everything. But I know what I heard, what I felt, what I saw forming in the lightless gap of that attic. I still dream about it, those slow, dragging footsteps moving just above my head. And every time I wake certain of one thing. Something still lives in that house, and it never wanted me to leave. Story the end. The moving truck's taillights disappeared down the gravel road, leaving the house and the surrounding woods in a thick, waiting kind of silence. I stood on the porch with my hands shoved into my hoodie pockets, watching the dust settle in the last orange smear of evening light. It was my first night alone in the place. My first house, technically. A rental, but still mine for a year. The previous tenant, according to the realtor, had left in a hurry. I didn't ask why. Rent was low, space was good, and I needed the reset. The house sat a mile off the main road, past a chain-link gate that screeched when it opened and closed. Beyond the house were acres of dense pine and oak, the kind that swallowed light even in daytime. The nearest neighbor was half a mile away, barely visible through the trees. I told myself I liked the seclusion, that I needed quiet after a messy breakup and a year of feeling like life wouldn't let me breathe. By the time the sun fully disappeared, I had unpacked only the essentials: sheets, toothbrush, a couple pots, the coffee maker. The living room was cluttered with stacked boxes like squat cardboard ghosts. The house creaked in a dozen unfamiliar ways, as if stretching after being asleep for too long. Inside, the lighting was dim, even with every lamp I owned plugged in. The hallway near the bedrooms had no overhead fixture, just an old brass sconce that flickered whenever I walked past. The floorboards felt uneven beneath my feet, and the air had a faint, stale smell, like damp wood that never fully dries. I ordered a pizza, but the delivery guy called me from the gate, refusing to drive up the long, narrow driveway. I hiked down with a flashlight, grabbed the box, and walked back. The woods on either side of the driveway rustled with small movements. Twigs snapped. I told myself it was just wildlife, but I walked a little faster than necessary. By 10, the house was quiet enough that my own breathing sounded intrusive. I settled into the living room with a plate of pizza and scrolled my phone, pretending the silence didn't bother me. But it did. Somewhere in the back of the house, something tapped. Once. Then again. A slow, deliberate sound like knuckles against glass. I froze. The tapping came again, faint but unmistakable. I tried to ignore it. New houses, old houses especially, made noises. Temperature changes, shifting wood, critters in the walls. I repeated these explanations in my mind until the tapping stopped. Around midnight, I finally went to bed. The bedroom was at the end of the hall, with one window facing the dark tree line. I shut the curtains tightly. After brushing my teeth, I checked the lock on the front door twice before shutting off the lights. I must have dozed off quickly, because the next thing I knew, I was waking to a soft, rhythmic sound. It took me a moment to place it. Footsteps. Not in the house, on the porch. Slow. Pacing. My heart hammered against my ribs. I held my breath and strained to listen. The footsteps stopped. Then came a faint creak, like weight shifting on a loose board. I reminded myself that the porch wrapped around the house and that raccoons, deer, anything could be walking across it. The woods were full of life, after all. But these footsteps had weight. A person's weight. I reached for my phone and checked the time, 3:13 a.m. No messages. No alerts from the little motion sensor camera I'd stuck by the front door earlier in the evening. I stayed awake for almost an hour, listening, waiting for the sound to repeat. Nothing did. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning felt too normal. The porch didn't show any signs of visitors, no footprints, no scuffs, not even disturbed dust on the wooden slats. I swallowed unease with a mouthful of stale coffee. The day passed in typical moving chaos, unpacking, sorting, dragging boxes from room to room. Around mid-afternoon, while setting up my bed frame, I found something weird. On the inside of the closet door, written in faint pencil, were small vertical lines grouped in sets of 5. Tally marks. Dozens of them, carved into the wood. I ran my finger over the grooves. They looked old. I tried laughing it off. The previous renter was probably some guy with a nervous habit, or a kid counting something stupid. It didn't mean anything. Still, I shut the closet door a little faster than necessary. That night, the house felt heavier somehow. The temperature dropped faster than it should have. I wrapped myself in a blanket and left the TV on for background noise. At 11:47 p.m., the TV flickered and cut to static. The lights dimmed, then brightened, then dimmed again. A power surge, I guessed, but the wind outside was calm and the skies were clear. The static on the TV hissed in the dark room. I grabbed the remote and tried switching it off, but it didn't respond. I unplugged the TV, but for a second, just a second, the static remained on the screen before finally snapping off. My skin crawled. That didn't make sense. I stood there staring at the blank screen, wondering if it was possible for an image to linger after the power source was cut. I knew it wasn't. I plugged the TV back in. It stayed off. That's when I heard the tapping again, not from the back of the house this time, from the window behind me. I whipped around, heart slamming into my throat. The curtains were drawn, but the tapping continued, slow, deliberate, like someone wanted me to look. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The tapping paused. Then something dragged across the glass, a long, scraping sound, as if a fingernail or a finger was tracing downward. My body finally listened to my brain, and I ran. I grabbed my keys, snatched my phone, and bolted to the front door, yanking it open so hard the hinges groaned. Nothing, just the dark yard, moonlight spilling across the grass. I wanted to get in the car and leave, but reason kept me from it. If it was some guy messing around, driving off would mean leaving my house unprotected. If it was an animal, well, I just freaked out over a raccoon. I forced myself to do a cautious walk around the house with the flashlight. The windows were undisturbed. No fingerprints, no claw marks. I didn't sleep until sunrise. Over the next 3 days, the house settled into a rhythm that felt almost antagonistic. I'd hear the tapping some nights, the porch creaking, the faint scrape of something from inside the walls. The thermostat would fluctuate wildly. Doors would be slightly ajar after I knew I'd shut them. On the fourth morning, I found something new. On the kitchen table sat a small, crumpled piece of newspaper. It hadn't been there the night before. I smoothed it open with trembling fingers. It was an obituary, not recent, nearly 15 years old. I scanned the text. No name I recognized. Beloved father. Unexpected circumstances. Survived by his daughter. Generic language. But someone had underlined a sentence in shaky pen. Found after several days trapped inside his home. A chill crept up my spine. I checked the door locks. They were still locked. All the windows were locked. I tried to convince myself the newspaper had blown in somehow when I'd gone outside, but every possibility felt like a lie. That afternoon, I drove into town and stopped at the gas station. The guy behind the counter looked like he'd lived in the area all his life. When he asked how I was liking the place, I hesitated. Actually, weird question. Do you know anything about the last tenant at the old Marshall house? His expression changed immediately, tightened. He rang me up without meeting my eyes. People come and go, he said, sometimes fast. Why? I pressed. He shrugged, fake casual. Old houses hold on to things. That's supposed to mean something? Just take care of yourself out there. Not exactly comforting. That night, the tapping didn't start with the usual slow rhythm. It was frantic, urgent, from multiple windows at once. Tap, 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 tap. I backed away from the living room as every window in the house seemed to come alive with knocking. The sound traveled left side, right side, back wall, circling me. My heart felt like it was being wrung out. Then it stopped. Silence pressed in. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and opened the camera feed. The motion sensor cam by the front door showed nothing unusual. But when I switched to the backyard camera, the one I'd placed on the first night and barely checked, I saw movement. A shape just beyond the tree line. Human-shaped. But still, too still. The longer I stared, the more certain I became that someone was watching the house, watching me. I zoomed in until the grainy pixels lacked any clarity. That's when the figure moved, jerked, like a frame glitching. 1 second far, the next slightly closer. I dropped the phone. It clattered to the floor, and the screen cracked. Adrenaline surged. I grabbed my keys, ready to bolt for the car and drive to the nearest hotel or police station. But as I reached the door, I froze. Someone was standing on the porch. I hadn't heard footsteps, hadn't heard the boards creak, but the silhouette was visible through the frosted glass window of the front door. A tall figure, vaguely hunched, unmoving. I backed into the hallway, heart pounding so hard it hurt. My breath came out in short, panicked bursts. I looked toward the bedroom, thinking maybe I could climb out the window, but then knock, not tapping, not scraping, a knock. 3 hard hits against the door, then a voice, a low, rasping whisper that chilled every inch of me. Let me in, it's cold. I shook my head violently, even though they couldn't see me. My throat tightened, I couldn't speak, could barely breathe. Another knock, louder, then the voice again, more insistent. Let me in. I've been here. The house groaned, so loud it echoed down the hall. My vision blurred with panic. I ran. I sprinted to the bedroom, slammed the door, locked it, dragged the dresser in front of it. My hands were trembling so badly I nearly dropped my phone again. I tried dialing 911, but the call wouldn't connect. No service, not even a single bar. The house went silent. Minutes passed, maybe hours. I didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe too loud. Finally, just past dawn, golden light seeped through the curtains. I waited until the light was bright enough to burn away shadows before pushing the dresser aside. The front door was closed, nothing on the porch, but when I stepped outside, one detail froze my blood. On the glass of the front door, smeared in fog or breath or something worse, were words written with a shaky finger. You let me in before. I'll come again. I didn't pack. I didn't think. I got in the car and drove, gravel spitting behind me, until the house was a shrinking dot in my rearview mirror. I never went back. A week later, the police called. They'd checked the property after my report, found nothing unusual except for the bedroom closet. Inside, behind the clothes rod, concealed by an old panel, was a narrow crawl space, and inside that crawl space was a dirty sleeping bag, food wrappers, empty water bottles, and tally marks scratched deep into the wall, hundreds of them. I asked the officer how old they looked. He paused. Some are old, but most are recent, fresh. Someone had been living in my house, not in the woods, not outside, tapping on the windows, inside, listening, waiting. And the worst part, the part I still can't push out of my head, came when the officer added quietly, there were fresh prints under your bed too. Someone was lying there recently, very recently. Some nights, even now, in my new apartment states away, I wake up to faint tapping on my wall. I tell myself it's nothing, but I keep the light on, every night. Story the end. The moving truck had pulled away only an hour earlier, leaving the house so quiet that every sound seemed too loud. The place was older than the listing photo suggested. Long, narrow hallways, oddly placed vents, and a faint, dusty smell that clung to the corners like a memory someone had tried to scrub away but couldn't. I told myself it was just age. Old houses had personality. That's what the realtor said. Character, she called it, as if creaking wood and peeling wallpaper were charming. I kept repeating that word, character, while unpacking the essentials. Toiletries, a few dishes, the bedding I'd thrown into garbage bags at the last minute. It was already past sunset, and the power company had only just turned on the electricity. The overhead lights buzzed faintly when I flipped the switch. They weren't bright enough. Everything looked dim, as if the bulbs were tired too. I set my phone on the kitchen counter, played some music to fill the silence, and went upstairs to make the bed. The hallway felt narrow, and the shadows seemed thicker than they should be. I brushed it off. New houses take getting used to. Every sound feels unfamiliar until it becomes part of the background. Downstairs, a cabinet door slammed. My hands froze on the sheets. The music was still playing, but the slam had cut through it. Sharp, intentional. I listened for footsteps, but heard nothing. Maybe the window was open, I thought. A draft could easily catch a door. But the kitchen cabinets all had magnetic catches. They didn't swing freely. I went downstairs slowly, forcing myself not to grip the railing like a child afraid of the dark. The kitchen light flickered once when I stepped inside. The cabinet door beneath the sink was hanging open. I closed it, pressing it until the magnet clicked. Then I checked the window above the counter. Locked. I told myself the house was settling. People always said that. Old wood moves, shifts, adjusts to temperature. I left the kitchen and pretended not to look back. By midnight, I'd finished unpacking enough to sleep. The mattress creaked in the empty room, the sound bouncing too loudly off bare walls. I set my phone next to me on the floor, plugged it in, and lay down. The house popped and clicked randomly. Sounds I knew were normal but still felt wrong in the moment. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me under. Sometime later, I woke up to the unmistakable sound of footsteps overhead. Not hallway creaks, not the settling kind. Slow, deliberate steps, someone moving across the attic floor. I held my breath, staring up at the ceiling. The steps went from one side of the attic to the other, then stopped above my bedroom. Old houses make sounds. Old houses make sounds. I repeated it until my throat tightened. But those were footsteps. I knew what footsteps sounded like. I considered calling the police, but what would I say? I heard something in the attic. The house was empty when I moved in. I'd watched the movers load the last boxes hours ago. No one had come in since. I stayed awake until dawn, listening. Nothing else happened. The attic remained silent and still. When sunlight finally crept through the blinds, the fear seemed exaggerated. Night had a way of distorting things. Still, I grabbed the metal flashlight from a box downstairs and pulled down the attic ladder. The air that rushed out was stale, carrying the scent of insulation and something else. Something sour. I climbed slowly. The flashlight beam caught dust dancing in the air and wooden beams stretching into the shadows. The attic was empty. No boxes. No footprints. Nothing. But in the far corner, the dust looked disturbed, like someone had brushed through it recently. A faint line in the dust, a small drag mark, led to the wall and stopped. I left the attic quickly and pushed the ladder back up with too much force. Dust drifted down like falling ash. The rest of the day was normal enough to convince me I'd overreacted. I unpacked the kitchen. I hung clothes in the closet. I arranged the living room furniture. Every time I thought I heard something, a creak, a small thump, I made myself ignore it. By evening, I'd relaxed enough to make dinner. I was stirring pasta when my phone buzzed violently on the counter. It wasn't a notification. It was vibrating as if someone was calling, but the screen stayed black. Then it lit up. Camera turned on, front facing. I stared down at my own confused face on the screen. Then the image jolted, as if someone else had the phone and moved it. The camera swung upward, showing the ceiling, then the hallway behind me. The hallway I wasn't standing in. Someone was walking with my phone. I whirled around. My phone was still on the counter. The image on the screen kept moving, slow and unsteady, down a dark hallway that wasn't familiar. I jabbed the power button. The screen went black instantly. I stood still, barely breathing. The house hummed quietly, unaware or uncaring about what had just happened. Later, I convinced myself it had been some kind of glitch. Phone's malfunction. I turned it back on. It behaved normally, at least until the kitchen light bulb burst that night, showering the counter in glass. I swept it up, hands shaking. It was just a bulb, I told myself. Just a bulb. I slept with the lamp on. Around 3 a.m, the air turned freezing, breath visible cold. The house wasn't drafty. The windows were shut. Still, the temperature plummeted so fast it hurt to breathe. Then something tapped the wall behind my head. Just a soft, rhythmic tap, like someone gently knocking with a fingertip. I lay rigid, staring at the opposite wall as the tapping continued, methodical, patient. I forced myself to turn. The wall was blank. Nothing there. Tap, tap, tap. It came from inside the wall. I got out of bed and stepped back, my heartbeat thundering in my ears. The tapping stopped instantly, as if whoever or whatever was making it had heard my movement. I backed out of the room, not taking my eyes off that wall, and left the light on. I slept on the couch, or at least stayed there with my eyes closed, drifting in and out of fear-thickened rest. When morning finally came, I checked the wall again. No damage, no holes, no animals in the house, nothing. I needed out, even just for a few hours. So I drove into town, wandered through stores without buying anything, and lingered at a cafe longer than necessary. Being around people made me feel human again. I came home just before sunset. The front door was open, not wide, just slightly ajar, enough to say someone had been there. I stayed on the porch, dialing the police with trembling fingers. They came quickly, 2 officers who searched the entire house. They found no signs of forced entry. No footprints, nothing missing. Probably didn't latch all the way, one said. I didn't argue. I thanked them and locked the door behind them. Twice. By nightfall, the quiet felt hostile. I turned on every light and sat in the living room, listening. Around midnight, the house made a deep, groaning sound. Wood strained under pressure. The sound came from above, the attic. I stared at the ceiling, throat tight. Then another sound began. Soft, dragging footsteps. They moved slowly, deliberately, pacing back and forth above me. I stood, unable to breathe, listening as they moved to the far side of the attic, paused, then came back again. Each step was heavy enough to be unmistakable. I grabbed the flashlight, even though I didn't want to go anywhere near the attic. But doing nothing felt worse. I stepped into the hallway. The air grew colder with each step toward the pull-string door. My hand shook as I reached up and tugged. The ladder unfolded with a long, groaning creak. The footsteps stopped. I aimed the flashlight up into the dark opening. Nothing moved. The attic yawned back at me. I climbed slowly, each step sounding far too loud. When my head rose above the floorboards, the beam of light swept across empty space. But the corner where the dust had been disturbed earlier now had something new, a small wooden box sitting directly in the path of the drag mark. I hadn't seen it before. I moved closer. The box was old, the wood darkened with age. No lock. Just a simple lid. I shouldn't open it. I knew that, but I was already kneeling, already lifting the lid. Inside was a stack of photographs. Old, glossy, the edges curling. The first photo showed the hallway of my house, this house, dark and empty. The next photo showed the same hallway, but closer, as if someone had taken a step forward. The third was closer still. My heart pounded as I flipped through them. Each photo was a step closer to the bedroom I was sleeping in. The last photo made my blood run cold. It was my bedroom, taken from inside the doorway, and I was in the bed, sleeping. I dropped the box, photos scattering across the dust. My breath came fast, too loud in the dark attic. Someone had been in my house while I slept. Not weeks ago. Recently. A sound behind me made me freeze. Another step. This time not from above, not from the attic floor, from the ladder, as if someone else had climbed up behind me. I didn't turn around. I bolted. Ran across the attic, down the ladder so fast I nearly fell. I hit the hallway floor hard, scrambled up, and slammed the attic door shut. The house fell silent. But as I backed away, something moved above the ceiling. Not footsteps now, scratching. Slow, dragging scratches across the wood above my head. I ran downstairs, grabbed my keys, and left the house with every light still on behind me. I drove to a motel and didn't sleep until morning. I returned to the house only once, with a moving company. I didn't go inside. I pointed from the porch, told them which rooms held my belongings, and waited outside while they packed everything. When they carried down the last box, I locked the door and left the key on the porch. I didn't look back. That night at the motel, my phone vibrated once. A photo had been sent to me. Unknown number. The picture showed the attic of my house. And in the corner where the dust was disturbed, the small wooden box was open again. Story, the end. The moving truck pulled away just after sunset, its taillights disappearing down the long rural road that cut through the edge of town. I stood on the porch of my new house with a half-empty box under my arm, breathing in the cold October air. The place was quiet, too quiet almost, aside from the faint rustle of leaves and the distant hum of a passing car. I told myself the silence was something I'd get used to. After all, moving from Chicago to a small town in Pennsylvania was bound to feel different. The house itself was almost 100 years old, a two-story place with peeling white paint and a porch swing that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The realtor said it needed minor cosmetic repairs. I figured I could handle those. I'd wanted a fresh start, and the price had been almost suspiciously low, but the place had good bones, as they like to say. Inside, the wooden floors creaked under my steps. I dropped the box on the kitchen table and flipped the nearest light switch. The bulb flickered once, twice, then settled into a dim orange glow. I frowned. The electrical wiring was probably old. Something else to fix. By the time I unpacked a few things, it was already dark. The house felt larger at night, emptier, like the shadows between the doorways widened the moment the sun went down. I wasn't scared. Maybe uneasy, but not scared. First nights in new houses always felt strange. I heated up leftovers in the microwave and sat alone at the small dining table. Every sound echoed. The hum of the appliance, the click of the fridge cycling, the groan of floorboards shifting with the cold. I kept glancing toward the hallway that led to the living room. It was pitch black there. I could have flipped on a light, but something about that darkness felt like staring into deep water. Easier not to disturb it. After dinner, I locked the doors and headed upstairs. My steps echoed in the stairwell, sharp and clear, but halfway up I heard a second step behind mine. Not echoing, delayed, as if someone else were following. I stopped. The wooden step beneath me whined under my weight. The house settled around me, quiet again. Old houses make noises, I told myself. Heat expansion, loose nails, wind. Still, I found myself climbing the last few steps faster than before. The master bedroom was colder than the hallway. I turned up the thermostat, shrugged into a sweatshirt, and crawled into bed. I was exhausted from the move, but sleep didn't come easily. A faint draft seeped from somewhere in the room, brushing against my neck every few seconds. I checked the window twice to make sure it was locked. Around 1 a.m., I must have drifted off because the next thing I knew, I woke to a sound. A slow, dragging sound coming from downstairs, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. My pulse hammered in my throat. I lay still, listening. The house was silent again. I exhaled shakily, probably the old pipes shifting, or maybe I imagined it. I rolled over and closed my eyes. A sharp knock echoed through the house. I sat bolt upright. Another knock, 3 of them, spaced evenly, came from downstairs. Someone was at the door. I reached for my phone. No missed calls, no messages. The digital clock read 1:47 a.m. Who knocks on a stranger's door at nearly 2 in the morning? I slipped out of bed and moved to the doorway, every step silent on the wooden floor. I looked over the railing down into the living room. It was pitch dark, but the shape of the front door was visible from the faint porch light outside. The frosted glass pane in the top half of the door glowed dimly. Another knock. I froze. This one was softer. Almost. Hesitant. I swallowed hard and forced myself down the stairs. Halfway down, I stopped, listening for voices. Nothing. No footsteps. No whisper of movement. I reached the bottom, stepped toward the door, and peered through the peephole. No one. The porch was empty. No movement. No shadow. Nothing. I stayed there for a long time before slowly sliding the deadbolt back into place. My hand was trembling. Back upstairs, the bedroom felt colder than before. I shut the door behind me and crawled into bed, pulling the blankets tight around my shoulders. Sleep eventually came, though it was restless and thin. When morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, the fear I'd felt seemed distant and exaggerated. The knocks could have been anything. Branches hitting the porch pillar in the wind, maybe. I felt ridiculous for letting it get to me so much. I spent the day unpacking and repairing things. I fixed a loose railing on the stairs, cleaned dusty corners, and opened every window to let the house air out. It helped. The place felt less closed in, less stale, but the uneasiness never fully went away. Every so often, I'd feel watched, like someone stood just out of view behind me. Once, while I was sweeping the hallway, I swore I saw a figure in the reflection of the glass door. Tall, unmoving, but when I spun around, no one was there. That night, I double-checked every lock again. I fell asleep quicker this time, only to jolt awake at 3:12 a.m. The draft in the bedroom was stronger, cold, icy cold, washing over me like someone exhaling against my skin. I shivered violently and sat up. The bedroom door, which I'd shut before bed, was open, wide open. I hadn't heard it move. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and aimed it toward the hallway. Dust motes glittered in the beam. The air felt heavier, thicker, like the house was holding its breath. I stepped into the hall. The floorboards creaked, each step sounding unnaturally loud. I scanned the walls, the ceiling, the stairs. Halfway down the staircase, muddy footprints trailed across the floor. I froze. They weren't mine. I hadn't gone outside since the afternoon. The prints led from the front door straight to the stairs and stopped at the 3rd step, as though whoever made them had climbed up. My skin crawled. I walked backward toward my room, keeping my light fixed on the staircase. My chest felt tight, breath thin and ragged. When I reached the doorway, something shifted in the corner of my vision. I whipped the flashlight toward the far end of the hall. A figure. Tall. Unmoving. A silhouette darker than the rest of the shadows. I gasped and stumbled backward, slamming into the dresser. But when I looked again, the figure was gone. I backed into my room and shut the door, pressing the lock with trembling fingers. I stayed awake until sunrise, sitting with my back against the headboard, the blankets wrapped around me like armor. By morning, the muddy footprints were gone. Not faded, not smeared, gone. I hadn't cleaned them. No one else was in the house. I started to feel trapped, not by the house, but by something inside it. Something aware of me. Something that didn't want me there. I considered packing and leaving, but I told myself I was overreacting. Buying a house was a huge investment. Maybe the stress of moving alone was getting to me. That night, I slept with the lamp on. Around 2:30 a.m., the bulb flickered and went out. I sat upright instantly. Another breath of cold air brushed my neck. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. My eyes adjusted enough to see the doorway and the shadow standing just inside it. Not a trick of the light. Not an illusion. A person. Tall. Still. Watching. I scrambled backward against the wall, fumbling for my phone. The shadow stepped forward. I turned on the flashlight. The doorway was empty. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. The cold in the room thickened, settling deep into my bones. I could hear something, a whisper maybe, right behind me, right behind me. I spun around. Nothing. I couldn't stay. I grabbed my keys, slipped on shoes, and bolted down the stairs. As I reached the front door, the deadbolt snapped shut on its own. I froze, staring. A low creak echoed from the top of the stairs. I turned slowly. A figure leaned out from the hallway upstairs, its face obscured by darkness, its posture unnaturally still. Watching. My hands shook so violently I could barely grasp the lock. I forced it open, yanked the door, and ran into the night without looking back. I drove straight to a motel on the edge of town and didn't return until morning, accompanied by 2 officers who walked through the house, room by room. Nothing was disturbed. No signs of a break-in. No footprints. The officers exchanged looks, the kind that said they thought I was exhausted, stressed, imagining things. Maybe I was. But the house didn't feel empty. The moment I stepped inside, every hair on my arms rose. One officer asked if I wanted to file a report. I shook my head. What would I even say? When they left, the house settled into silence again. I moved out 2 days later. I didn't wait for the movers. I didn't pack properly. I took only what fit into my car and drove away without looking in the rearview mirror. The house has been empty since then. The realtor keeps calling, saying I should finish moving my belongings out so they can prepare it for resale. I haven't gone back. I won't. Some places aren't meant to be lived in. Not because they're old or broken or abandoned, but because they're already occupied. And whatever lives in that house had been waiting a long time before I arrived, waiting for someone alone. Story the end. The last of the afternoon light faded behind the trees as I carried the final box into the living room. The house had looked charming when I toured it in the middle of the day, sunlight pouring through the windows, hardwood floors reflecting a warm glow, the kind of place an online listing might call cozy country living. But now, with night pressing in through every window, the place felt too quiet. The kind of quiet that doesn't make you feel peaceful, but watched. I kept telling myself it was just nerves. New house, first night alone, the whole thing a little overwhelming. Most people probably felt like this when they moved, but even as I tried reasoning with myself, a strange unease crept along the back of my neck. I'd moved to Southern Ohio because the house was cheap, and because after losing my job in Cleveland, I needed a place where I could start over without draining what was left of my savings. The listing had mentioned that the house needed a few minor repairs, but I wasn't expecting the narrow hallway floors to sag under my weight or the basement door to hang crookedly on its hinges. Still, the neighborhood was quiet. The property backed up to a stretch of woods, and the nearest neighbor was a friendly retired guy who waved whenever I drove by. It seemed safe enough. The first odd thing happened while I was unpacking the kitchen. I heard 3 soft knocks, distinct, deliberate, coming from the back door. Not loud, not urgent, just enough to get my attention. I froze, a stack of plates in my hands, listening. Knock, knock, knock. I wasn't expecting anyone. I didn't know anyone. I set the plates down and went to the door, trying not to look as uneasy as I felt, even though no one could see me. The back door had a small window at eye level, but the floodlight I assumed would turn on automatically stayed dark, leaving only the porch light spilling a dim glow across the steps. I saw no one. I opened the door anyway, because my brain kept insisting it had to be something logical, maybe a branch blown against the siding or an animal bumping around. The cold air rushed in. The yard was empty. The woods beyond were still. I shut the door and double-checked the deadbolt. After that, I turned on music to fill the silence and kept unpacking, trying to shake the feeling. But little things kept bothering me. The thermostat screen kept glitching. The fridge hummed irregularly, rising from a normal low hum to a rattling growl before abruptly stopping. And every so often, I'd hear what sounded like footsteps on the far end of the hallway. Just a soft shift of pressure, like someone stepping lightly, not wanting to be heard. I checked. Nothing. By 11, I decided I'd done enough unpacking for the night. I set up my bed with a single lamp plugged into the wall, its light too dim for the wide, dark bedroom. The air felt stale somehow, like the room hadn't been opened in years, even though the previous owner had only moved out a few weeks earlier. I was halfway asleep when a loud thud jolted me upright. It came from directly above me. My heart hammered as I stared at the ceiling. The house had no attic, just a crawl space accessible from a panel in the hallway. I hadn't opened it yet. The home inspector told me it was empty. Another thud, softer this time. I forced myself out of bed, grabbed the flashlight from my suitcase, and stepped into the hallway. The panel was near the end, a square cutout with a small metal ring attached to it so you could pull it down. The house was utterly silent now. I stood under the panel, shining the flashlight upward, but the brightness didn't reach around the edges. Dust drifted slowly in the beam. I took a long breath, stood on my toes, and tugged the ring. Nothing happened. I tugged again, harder. This time the panel dropped open with a groan, the wooden ladder sliding down an inch before jamming. A rush of cold, stale air flowed out, smelling faintly of dirt and something else, something sour. I angled the flashlight into the darkness. Nothing moved. No raccoons, no birds, no intruders, just insulation, old boards, and black space. But the silence was wrong. Too tight, like everything up there was holding its breath. I went back to bed telling myself the wood had settled. Old house, new temperatures, typical noise. I repeated it until my shaking slowed and I finally fell asleep. The next morning didn't feel much better. Sunlight made the house look less intimidating, but unease still clung to me. I pushed it aside, telling myself exhaustion was playing tricks on me. Around noon, I met my neighbor, Ron, while he was feeding his dog by the fence line. He was friendly enough. Late 60s, weathered face, thick glasses, the type who'd lived in the same place his whole life. We talked for a while about the property, the woods, the best roads to avoid traffic. But when I brought up the noises from the crawl space, his expression changed slightly, just for a moment, like a flicker of discomfort he tried to mask. "Houses out here make all kinds of sounds," he said. "Temperature drops at night. Animals sometimes squeeze through vents. You'll get used to it." His tone was too quick, too rehearsed. The answer of someone trying to steer a conversation away from something. I didn't push him. That night, I kept the hallway light on and tried to fall asleep, but the house had a different mood now. Every sound seemed amplified. The whistle of wind against the siding, boards creaking under shifting pressure, the heater cycling on and off. Around midnight, I heard faint footsteps again, but this time they weren't coming from the hall. They were coming from the crawl space, and they were pacing. Soft, slow steps back and forth, stopping occasionally like whoever or whatever was up there was listening for something. I slid out of bed, trembling. The bedroom door felt too thin, too weak to protect me. I grabbed the phone and dialed Ron's number, which he'd written down for me earlier. He answered after 2 rings, groggy but alert. "Sorry," I whispered. "I know it's late, but I keep hearing noises in the crawl space, like footsteps." A long pause. Too long. "Don't go up there," he finally said. The line went dead. I stared at the phone, heart thudding. Why would he say that? Why so urgently? I stepped into the hallway, keeping my eyes on the dark square of the ceiling panel. The pacing had stopped. The house was silent again. My breath felt too loud. I went back to bed, but sleep didn't come. I lay awake until dawn, flinching at every shift of the house. The next day, I bought batteries, motion sensors, and 2 new locks for the doors. I installed the sensors near the crawlspace panel. The whole time, I felt like I was being watched, like someone was just out of sight, waiting. That night, I stayed up in the living room with the TV on low volume. Around 2:30 in the morning, the motion sensor near the crawlspace chimed softly. Something had moved. I grabbed the flashlight and approached the hallway slowly, each step feeling heavier than the last. The air felt colder the closer I got. The sensor light blinked red. I shined the flashlight upward. The crawlspace panel was slightly open. Only half an inch, but enough to see that it had definitely been shut before and wasn't now. I reached up with a broom handle, hands trembling, and pushed the panel back into place. But as soon as it clicked shut, something pushed back from inside. Not hard, just enough to make the panel shift outward again. A polite knock, almost gentle. My skin crawled. I backed away slowly, then turned and ran out the front door, barefoot on the cold porch. I didn't go back in until sunrise. The next morning, I called a local handyman to check the crawl space. His name was Dave, and he showed up with a ladder and a heavy-duty flashlight. I insisted on staying in the hallway while he climbed up. The moment his head crossed into the crawl space, his voice shifted slightly. Confusion first, then something colder. He climbed down slowly. "What's up there?" I asked. He hesitated. "You should call the sheriff." "Why? What did you see?" He didn't answer. Instead, he packed up his ladder and left, refusing payment. My stomach sank. I called the sheriff's office, and a deputy arrived about an hour later. He was professional but bored, like he expected to find a raccoon nest and nothing more. He climbed up into the crawl space, flashlight beam cutting through the dust. He was up there for a long time. When he finally climbed down, his face was pale. "I'm going to need to make a report," he said. "Don't stay here tonight." "What did you see?" He shook his head. "I'll explain later. For now, gather what you need and stay somewhere else." He wouldn't say another word. I packed a bag and drove to a cheap motel 5 miles away. I lay on the stiff bed, staring at the ceiling, too afraid to sleep. The next morning, the deputy supervisor called me to the station. She explained that they'd found signs someone had been living in the crawl space recently. A blanket, food wrappers, water bottles, and a small notebook filled with cramped handwriting. But that wasn't what made her voice tighten as she spoke. Near the back of the crawl space, hidden behind insulation, they'd found a makeshift hole cut into the ceiling that dropped into the walls. A passageway carved out slowly over time, giving whoever was up there access to multiple parts of the house, including the space directly above my bedroom. "Whoever was living there," she said, "had been there long before you moved in." She slid a photo across the table, a picture of the crawlspace floor showing dozens of footprints in the dust. Some were fresh. Some overlapped. Some led directly to the opening above my bed. The sheriff's office searched the woods and surrounding area for 2 days, but found no trace of the intruder. They believed he'd slipped out the night the deputy first arrived. Even after hearing all of that, I had to return to the house to pack the rest of my things. I didn't want to go alone, so Ron offered to help. As we loaded the last box into my car, he looked at me with a guilt he didn't bother hiding. "You should know," he said quietly, "the man who lived here before you. He left without taking anything, just vanished. People said he moved, but I never believed it." He paused, glancing at the house. "They never looked in the walls for him. I moved out that day. The house is still for sale, cheap. Charming with lots of potential, the listing says now. No one mentions the crawl space. No one ever will." Story the end. The first night in the new house had an odd kind of silence that pressed down on Maddie as soon as she closed the door behind her. The moving truck had left hours ago, leaving only a faint smell of sawdust and fresh paint in the air. She carried her laptop and a box of personal belongings up to the second floor, deciding to set up in what would be her office. The walls were bare, the windows uncurtained, and the hardwood floor glistened under the dim overhead lights. She tried to shake off the unease creeping up her spine. New house jitters, she told herself. Nothing more. She set her laptop on the desk and plugged it in, watching as the battery indicator blinked alive. The room felt colder than it should have, though the thermostat read 72. Maddie pulled her hoodie tighter around her shoulders and unpacked the last few things. That's when she heard it. A soft thump from downstairs, followed by the faintest dragging sound. She froze, listening. The sound didn't repeat. Maybe it was the settling of the house. Old houses settle. That was normal. Trying to distract herself, Maddie decided to order some takeout. As she scrolled through her phone, she noticed the Wi-Fi signal was weak. Strange, she thought. She had set up everything with the cable company a week ago. Shrugging it off, she called the delivery and went to check the front door. The lock was fine. Nothing appeared out of place. Dinner arrived, and she ate quickly, her nerves still buzzing. Afterward, she settled on the couch with a blanket, planning to watch a movie. The house was eerily quiet again, too quiet. She convinced herself it was the absence of neighbors she'd grown used to in her old apartment. Her eyes kept darting to the windows, half expecting to see movement outside. The street was empty, the only light coming from the porch lamp she hadn't gotten around to replacing. At around 11:30, Maddie decided to head to bed. The upstairs bedroom felt cavernous in the dark. She lay down, staring at the ceiling, her mind replaying the noises from earlier. A sudden creak from the hallway made her jump. She told herself she was imagining things. But then she heard it again, a soft scraping, slow, deliberate, like someone dragging a shoe across the floor. Heart pounding, she grabbed her phone and turned on the flashlight. The hallway was empty. She stepped out, shining the light toward the stairs. The dragging sound had stopped. She reached the top of the stairs and peered down, the beam cutting through the darkness. Nothing, not even shadows. She returned to her room, telling herself she needed sleep, but the unease lingered. Around 2 a.m., she woke to the sound of whispering, low, indistinct, and coming from the living room. Maddie sat up, straining to hear. The whispering stopped abruptly, replaced by the sound of footsteps pacing the floor below. Her mind raced. She didn't want to think someone had broken in, but the alternative, something unexplainable, was almost worse. Maddie grabbed a kitchen knife from the drawer, creeping to her bedroom door. She pressed her ear to it, trying to pinpoint the sounds. The footsteps moved slowly, as if examining each room. They stopped at the bottom of the stairs, and then silence fell. Minutes passed. Then, a knock. Soft, deliberate. Maddie froze, gripping the knife tighter. The knock came again, louder this time. She whispered, "Who's there?" The only response was silence. She backed into her room, locking the door, heart racing so fast it felt like it would burst from her chest. Morning brought no relief. The house looked normal in the sunlight, as if nothing had happened. Maddie told herself she had imagined it all, but the feeling of being watched persisted. She tried to focus on unpacking, but every creak of the floorboards made her jump. 2 days later, she was in the kitchen, making coffee, when she noticed the pantry door slightly ajar. She was certain she had closed it. She stepped closer, opening it fully. Nothing inside seemed out of place. Still, she felt eyes on her, a prickle of awareness that made her spin around. The living room was empty. She tried to laugh it off. She was tired, stressed from the move, imagining things. By the third night, Maddie had barely slept. Every small noise seemed amplified. The hum of the fridge, the wind against the windows, the subtle groans of the house. She set up a small camera in the living room, thinking she might catch a raccoon or stray animal, or at least convince herself the noises had a rational explanation. Around midnight, the camera's soft red light blinked steadily. Maddie was lying in bed when she heard it again, the footsteps slow and deliberate, pacing below her room. She felt paralyzed, waiting for something, anything, to happen. Then a shadow passed the crack under her door. It was long, distorted, impossible, yet undeniably real. She grabbed her phone and dialed 911, whispering to keep calm. As she spoke to the dispatcher, the shadow seemed to stop at her door. A knock came, this time followed by a low, guttural voice, whispering her name. "Maddie!" she screamed, bolting out of the room, knife in hand. The shadow receded, but the oppressive feeling remained. The dispatcher tried to calm her, telling her officers were on the way, but Maddie didn't wait. She ran out the front door in her pajamas, barefoot into the cold night air. The police arrived minutes later, sweeping the house. Nothing. No signs of forced entry, no intruders, no shadows. Maddie explained everything, but the officers exchanged skeptical glances. "Maybe the stress of moving," one said gently. "It's a big change, living alone." Maddie returned the next day to gather more belongings, refusing to stay overnight again. She moved quickly, her eyes scanning the house for anything unusual. That's when she noticed it. On the inside of her bedroom door, scratched into the wood with a sharp object, were the words, "I see you." Her blood ran cold. She didn't know how long the message had been there, but it wasn't hers. She called the police again, and this time they documented it. Yet no fingerprints, no traces, no explanation. Determined not to let fear control her, Maddie tried a new strategy, setting up multiple cameras and motion detectors, even sleeping in the living room with the lights on. She stayed awake most nights, watching the monitors. Several times she caught fleeting glimpses, shadows darting across rooms, doors opening and closing on their own, a figure reflected in mirrors that vanished when she turned. One night, she noticed the figure again, standing at the bottom of the stairs, watching her. Unlike before, it didn't move. It was tall, impossibly thin, with featureless darkness where a face should have been. Maddie's heart raced. She backed into the kitchen, trying to think rationally, telling herself it was a trick of the light, a reflection. Then the lights flickered and went out, plunging the house into darkness. The motion detectors went off, and her cameras all went dead at once. Maddie's instincts screamed at her to run, but something rooted her to the spot. Then a whisper again, "Maddie." This time it wasn't coming from downstairs. It was behind her. Slowly she turned, clutching the knife. The hallway was empty, but the temperature had dropped so sharply that her breath formed clouds in the air. She backed into the corner of the kitchen, eyes wide, waiting. Hours seemed to pass. She dozed fitfully on the floor, clutching her knife, until the first rays of sunlight seeped through the windows. The house was quiet again, almost peaceful, but Maddie knew it was temporary. She knew that whatever had followed her here wasn't gone. It was waiting. By the end of the week, Maddie couldn't stay. She packed her things, leaving much behind, and moved back with her sister. She tried to sell the house quickly, warning the realtor that something wasn't right, though no one believed her. Friends told her it was probably stress, exhaustion, the isolation of living alone in a new place. But Maddie didn't need proof. She knew what she had seen, what she had felt, the whispering, the shadows, the words carved into her door. Months later, she learned the house had been empty for years before she moved in. Rumors among locals hinted at previous occupants leaving abruptly, citing strange noises and feeling watched. Maddie never doubted them. She never forgot. And every time she closed her eyes at night, she could swear she still heard the faintest scrape of dragging shoes, pacing slowly just beyond the door, whispering her name. Story the end. The moving truck had left hours ago, leaving me alone in the new house that my parents had insisted was perfect for starting fresh. It was a 2-story colonial in a sleepy American suburb, the kind of place where kids rode bikes and neighbors waved at each other from well-manicured lawns. It looked innocent enough, but as soon as the last echo of the truck engine faded down the street, an unsettling silence settled over the empty rooms. I dropped the final box in the living room and ran a hand over my face. The house smelled like fresh paint and sawdust, the combination oddly suffocating. I had been alone in many places before, college dorms, cabins for summer retreats, but there was something different about this house. Something that didn't feel alive, exactly, but rather like it was watching. The first night passed without incident. I unpacked some clothes, ate a cold sandwich, and forced myself to sleep. The creaks and groans of a settling house were normal, I told myself. Old houses did that. But when I woke the next morning, I found the front door slightly ajar. I was sure I had locked it before bed. I checked the lock, the deadbolt, even the windows. Everything was secure. My mind jumped to burglars or pranksters, but the neighborhood was quiet, almost eerily so. Still, I chalked it up to paranoia and went on with the day, though I kept glancing toward the door every few minutes. By evening, I began noticing things that were harder to rationalize. The lights on the second floor flickered without warning. Shadows seemed to move just beyond my peripheral vision. I told myself it was the electrical wiring or my imagination, yet every time I turned a corner, the sensation of being followed prickled my neck. Then came the whispering. I was in the kitchen making coffee when I heard it, a soft, sibilant whisper from the hallway. I froze, listening. Nothing. "Must be the wind," I muttered aloud, though the house wasn't drafty. I finished my coffee and tried to shake off the feeling, but the whispers became more persistent at night, low and almost teasing, like someone just beyond the doorway trying to get me to look. A week passed. I started sleeping with the lights on. Every creak, every bump felt amplified in the silence. I began noticing small things disappearing from their usual places. My phone charger, a notebook, a single sock, and then reappearing somewhere else, always in a corner where I hadn't been. It wasn't until I found my backpack open in the living room with its contents neatly arranged on the floor that my rational mind truly started to waver. It was that night I first saw her. I was lying in bed, scrolling through my phone, when the corner of my eye caught movement in the hallway mirror. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, but then a figure stepped into view. She was young, no older than 10, with long dark hair hanging in her face. She was staring directly at me. I froze, unable to scream. Then, without a sound, she vanished. The next day, I tried to ignore it, telling myself exhaustion and stress were making me see things. But when I went to make lunch, I found a drawing taped to my refrigerator. Crayon on paper. A house, identical to mine, with a small figure in one of the windows. Beneath it, in shaky, childish handwriting, it read, "I'm here." I called my parents, but they laughed it off. "It's a big adjustment," they said. "Old houses have their quirks. Maybe there's an animal in the walls." But I knew, deep down, this wasn't an animal. The nights became unbearable. Every sound made my heart jump. The stairs creaking as if someone were walking down them, the tapping of nails on walls, soft sighs in the darkness. I stopped using the upstairs bathroom at night, too afraid to leave my room. The whispers escalated into voices, sometimes calling my name, sometimes repeating things I had said earlier in the day. Then the scratches started. At first, faint lines on the walls, barely noticeable. Then, deeper, more deliberate scratches, like someone or something was trying to claw its way in. I began to barricade the doors at night, but it never helped. No matter how tightly I locked or blocked them, by morning the barriers had been disturbed. The feeling of being watched never left me. I started setting cameras on my phone, leaving them on in the hallway, trying to catch what was happening. But every video I reviewed came up empty. Until one night, I finally caught a glimpse. The footage was grainy but unmistakable. A small girl, the same one I had seen in the mirror, moving silently through the living room. She paused, turned her head toward the camera, and smiled. Then she disappeared into the wall. I couldn't tell if she was real or a figment of my unraveling mind. I decided I had to leave. I packed a bag and drove to my friend's house, explaining the situation in fragmented sentences. She listened quietly, concerned. "Maybe it's just stress," she said, though her eyes betrayed doubt. I wanted to believe that. I really did. But when I returned the next day to retrieve more things, the house greeted me with a chilling sight. My boxes had been unpacked, clothes neatly folded, drawers arranged with obsessive precision, and in the middle of the living room, a circle of small handprints pressed into the dust on the floor. Not just any handprints, child-sized, perfectly spaced, forming a circle as if some ritual had taken place. I left again, this time for longer. I tried to find someone to stay with me, a friend, a neighbor, anyone, but no one could stay long. The atmosphere of the house was oppressive. Even stepping inside made their stomachs churn and their skin crawl. The final night came unexpectedly. I was alone, as always, when I heard the thumping. From the attic this time, heavy, rhythmic, deliberate thumps. I grabbed the flashlight and climbed the stairs, each step groaning under my weight. The attic door was partially open, though I was certain I had closed it hours ago. I pushed it fully open and shone the light inside. The attic was empty, except for the small girl standing at the far end, her eyes black, unblinking. The air turned cold, my breath fogging. She smiled, wider than a child's should be, impossibly wide, and whispered, "Finally, you see me." I ran, down the stairs, through the kitchen, past the living room, where the circle of handprints now glowed faintly in the moonlight streaming through the windows. I didn't stop until I reached my car, fumbling with the keys, shaking, heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst. I drove without looking back. The image of her smile burned into my mind. I haven't returned. The house is still there, just off a quiet street, looking like the perfect suburban dream. But I know what waits inside. The neighbors wave politely. The lawn is immaculate, but no one sees her. No one hears the whispers. And I know that if I ever went back, the little girl would be there, waiting, smiling, because she never leaves. I've tried to convince myself it was stress, that maybe the isolation and anxiety made me imagine things, but deep down I know the truth. The house isn't empty. It's never been empty. And the girl, she's patient. She waits. She watches. Sometimes at night, when I close my eyes, I can still hear the whispers, calling my name, soft but insistent. Story, the end. It was my first night alone in the new house. The movers had left hours ago, and the sun had already dipped behind the trees lining the quiet suburban street. The place looked perfect in daylight. Fresh paint, spotless hardwood floors, and that new house smell that people always rave about. But now, with only the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the settling house, everything felt too quiet, too empty. I unpacked a few boxes in the living room, trying to convince myself that I wasn't scared. My friends had laughed when I told them I'd be staying alone the first week. They said I was overreacting. I told myself they were right. But as I moved the last box to the corner, I noticed something I hadn't seen during the walkthrough. A thin scratch on the wall near the front door, small but deep enough to leave a mark. Odd. Maybe a nail from the previous owners? I shrugged and kept unpacking. By the time night fell, the house had plunged into complete darkness. I flicked on the overhead lights, but there were patches of shadow in the corners of every room. Shadows that seemed to move if I looked at them long enough. My phone battery was low, so I set it on the counter, hoping I wouldn't need it. Around 10 p.m., I heard it. A faint tap, like someone was knocking, but not on a door. It came from the hallway near the kitchen. I froze, straining my ears. Nothing. I called out, "Hello?" No response. "Is someone there?" Still nothing. I laughed nervously, telling myself it was the wind, or maybe the pipes. But then it came again, softer this time, like someone was trying to be careful not to make noise. I grabbed a flashlight and walked down the hallway. The beam swept across the walls, across the closed doors, the kitchen cabinets, even the living room couch. Nothing moved. Nothing was there. But when I turned back toward the hallway, I noticed the scratch on the wall near the front door again. This time it looked fresher, deeper, as if it had been carved recently. I told myself I was imagining things and went back to the living room. I tried to keep busy by unpacking more boxes, but every creak, every groan of the house made me jump. The air seemed colder than it should have been, especially near the hallway. I wrapped myself in a blanket, telling myself I'd sleep soon. At 1 a.m., I woke up to a whisper. It was so faint I almost didn't hear it, but it was there. Leave. I bolted upright. My heart raced and my blanket fell to the floor. The whisper came again, more insistent this time. Leave. Now. My phone had died, so I grabbed a flashlight and crept to the hallway. Nothing. But then I saw it. A shadow moving at the far end of the hallway. I couldn't tell if it was a person or just a trick of the light. I swallowed hard, telling myself to be rational. I took a cautious step forward, and the shadow disappeared. My flashlight flickered. I cursed under my breath, tapping the side, trying to get a steady beam. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? "There's a ghost in my house?" I shook my head, feeling foolish. I decided to check the security system. The previous owners had installed cameras, and I'd finally gotten them set up. I walked into the living room, opened the app on my phone, and froze. The hallway camera showed someone, or something, standing just outside the kitchen door. Its face was obscured by shadow, but the figure didn't move like a normal person. It just hovered. And then, as soon as I looked at it, it vanished. I backed away slowly, my hands shaking. That's when I noticed something even worse. The front door was unlocked. I was sure I had locked it before going to bed. My stomach sank. Someone could have been inside. I grabbed a kitchen knife, just in case, and cautiously checked every room. No one. The window screens were all intact. Nothing. I tried to go back to sleep, but couldn't. Every creak and groan of the house sounded like footsteps. Every gust of wind against the windows sounded like a whisper. Around 3 a.m., I heard it again. The whisper, this time clearer, right behind me. Leave. I spun around, knife raised, but the hallway was empty. My breathing was ragged, and my heart felt like it was trying to escape my chest. I backed into the living room, pressing my back against the wall, and turned on every light I could find. Hours passed. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe an hour. I had no sense of time. The house was silent, almost peaceful now. I told myself I was just scared, that moving into a new place was always weird the first night. But then I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. The sound of someone breathing upstairs. I live alone. No one else is here. I live alone. I crept to the stairs, flashlight in one hand, knife in the other. I moved slowly, step by step, ears straining. Halfway up, I saw a shadow flicker across the wall. I froze. My flashlight flickered again, and when the light steadied, I saw it. A figure, tall and thin, standing at the top of the stairs, completely still. Its face was pale, almost translucent, with hollow eyes that seemed to pierce right through me. It tilted its head slightly, as if studying me. I screamed and stumbled backward, falling down the stairs. Pain shot through my arm, but I scrambled to my feet and ran to the kitchen, locking the door behind me. My mind raced. I couldn't stay here. I had to get out. I grabbed my keys, threw on a jacket, and ran to the car. But then I saw it in the driveway, standing just beyond the headlights. The same figure, staring at me. Its mouth moved, whispering, but I couldn't hear what it said over the pounding of my heart. I slammed the car door and locked it, fumbling with the keys, and tore down the street. I didn't stop until I reached a 24-hour diner 5 miles away. I walked inside, covered in sweat, hair sticking to my face. I tried to explain to the waitress what had happened, but I could barely get the words out. She called the police for me. When they came, I led them back to the house. Every light was off, every door locked. There was no sign of forced entry. The hallway scratch was still there, but it looked old against, faded as if nothing had happened. The officers didn't find anything unusual. They suggested it might have been a dream, stress, or the first night jitters in a new home. I nodded, too exhausted to argue, but I knew what I had seen. I didn't go back that night. I stayed at the diner until morning, sipping coffee and shaking. When I finally returned to the house in daylight, everything seemed normal, too normal. I unpacked the rest of my things, trying to ignore the unease crawling up my spine. For weeks, I told myself it was over. Maybe it was just my imagination, amplified by loneliness and a new environment. But things kept happening. Small things at first. Doors I knew I had locked were open, lights flickering without cause, objects moved from where I had left them. And then came the whispers, always soft, always urging me to leave. One night I woke up to the feeling of someone sitting on the edge of my bed. My blanket shifted, my sheets pulled taut. I froze, heart hammering, eyes wide. The room was dark, but I could feel it, watching me, waiting. I never stayed alone after that. I moved in with a friend temporarily while the house felt empty. I tried selling it, but buyers were always reluctant. The house carried a weight I couldn't explain. And every so often I would swear I saw a shadow in the corner of a room or heard a whisper just as I fell asleep, reminding me that it hadn't gone away. Even now, years later, I can't pass that street without a shiver. I know the house is still there, still standing, waiting for the next person to move in alone, to hear the whisper, and to see the shadow at the top of the stairs. Some things aren't just in your mind. Some things follow you home. Story, the end. The moving truck pulled away faster than I expected, its rumbling engine fading down the quiet, tree-lined street until all I could hear was the late afternoon wind brushing dead leaves along the sidewalk. For a long moment, I just stood there in my new front yard, holding the last cardboard box against my hip, staring at the house I had just bought. It looked different now that I was completely alone in front of it. Bigger, emptier. The kind of place that had seen 100 lives before mine and wasn't sure it wanted another. The realtor had used words like charming and historic and full of character, which were all true in their own ways. White siding, dark green shutters, a porch that wrapped halfway around, and windows that didn't quite match in style or shape. The place had been renovated, but you could still feel the age under the new paint. It wasn't the kind of house people built anymore. Too many narrow hallways, too many doors that led to oddly sized rooms. But it was mine, and I'd worked for years to afford it. Inside, the air smelled faintly of old wood and lemon cleaner. I set the box on the kitchen counter and listened. The house had a hum to it, a soft settling of boards and unseen pipes, the normal noises old places make. Nothing threatening. Not really. Still, I had that prickling at the back of my neck, the sense of being watched. I chalked it up to nerves. First night alone in a new place. That was all. I spent an hour unpacking the essentials, dishes, toothbrush, clean clothes, before exhaustion dragged at my limbs. The sun was already dipping behind the pine trees in the backyard, leaving long shadows stretching across the living room floor. I wasn't ready for night yet, so I turned on every light downstairs, hoping it would make the place feel less unfamiliar. I heated a frozen dinner in the microwave, sat on the kitchen counter to eat it since my table hadn't been assembled yet, and scrolled through my phone. No signal. I'd forgotten the house had spotty reception. I'd have to call the internet company tomorrow. For tonight, the silence was thick and total, interrupted only by the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak somewhere deeper in the house. Around 9, I finally dragged myself upstairs. My bedroom was the only room that looked somewhat put together. I'd set up the bed that morning and thrown a comforter over it. The windows were still bare, though, so the darkness outside pressed right against the glass. I tried not to think about it as I brushed my teeth and turned out the hallway light. I had just started drifting off when I heard it, a soft, deliberate creak from downstairs. I froze. There had been plenty of normal house sounds earlier, but this was different. This one had weight to it, the sound of a footstep on an old board. I held my breath, waiting. Another creak, slower this time, like someone testing their weight. I whispered to myself, "Old house. Old house, that's all." But I didn't sleep. I lay there with my heart thrumming against the mattress, staring at the ceiling until the sun finally rose. By morning, the fear felt foolish. Nothing had been disturbed downstairs. No signs of a break-in. The doors were still locked. The house was just settling. That was my conclusion. I repeated it until I could believe it. The next 2 days were uneventful. I unpacked, arranged furniture, and introduced myself to a couple of neighbors, both older couples who seemed friendly enough. They said nice things about the house, but gave it strange glances as if remembering something. When I asked if they knew the previous owners, both couples reacted the same way. A small pause, a tightening of the jaw, and a vague, "They moved away suddenly." On the third night, the noises started again. I'd fallen asleep watching TV in the living room. The glow from the screen flickered against the walls as I dozed. Sometime around midnight, I woke up to a sound just behind the couch, a faint scraping like fingernails dragging lightly against wood. I shot upright, breath catching in my throat. The room felt colder than it had been when I drifted off. The sound stopped instantly as though it knew I was awake. I grabbed the remote and paused the show. Silence. Not even the house hum this time, just an unnatural stillness. "Hello?" I said, hating how shaky my voice sounded. Nothing answered. A burst of adrenaline finally pushed me off the couch. I stepped slowly toward the hallway, flipping on lights as I went. Every room was empty. Every door still locked. The attic hatch was closed, the basement untouched. Still, I didn't sleep in my bedroom that night. I stayed on the couch with the TV on low volume, a stupid comfort, but a comfort nonetheless. The next morning, I called my friend Mark, mostly to hear a familiar voice. I told him I wasn't sleeping well in the new place, that the house was noisy. I didn't mention the scraping sound. I didn't want him to think I was losing it. "You're just adjusting," he said. "Old houses are loud. You'll be fine." I wanted to believe that. That night, I tried a different approach. I left lights on downstairs, thinking maybe the darkness was what made everything feel wrong. I walked through each room before bed, checking closets and corners like a child trying to reassure themselves. Nothing. At 2:30 something in the morning, I woke to the sound of my bedroom door clicking softly open. I shot up, grabbing my phone as a makeshift weapon. My chest tightened until it hurt. The hallway beyond the door was pitch dark, though I had left the light on earlier. The bulb must have burned out. "Who's there?" I whispered. Something shifted in the hallway, barely audible, but definitely there. A slow drag of weight along the floorboards. My mouth went dry. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it. Feel someone standing just outside the doorframe, listening to me breathe. I reached blindly for the lamp beside my bed and flipped it on. The hallway was empty. My heart slammed against my ribs, and I sat there shaking until exhaustion forced me to lie down again. I didn't sleep. Not really. I hovered in that half-dream state, where every sound jolts the body awake. The following afternoon, I went into town for groceries. I stopped by the local hardware store to buy brighter light bulbs and maybe a lock for my bedroom door. At the counter, while paying, I made an offhand comment to the cashier, a gray-haired man with a calm voice, about how loud my old house was. He paused mid-scan. "Which place did you buy?" I told him the address. His expression tightened. "That house, it's old, has history." "What kind of history?" I asked, unsure if I wanted the answer. He shook his head. "Not my place to say, but people don't stay long." That unsettled me more than if he had given specifics. I spent the drive home glancing at the houses along the street, wondering why my neighbors looked at mine the way they did. That night, the knocking started. It was just after 1. I had dozed off on the couch again when 3 sharp knocks hit the front door. Not loud enough to be threatening, but unmistakably human. I froze, listening. After a few seconds, 3 more knocks, slower this time, deliberate. I checked the peephole. No one was there. When I stepped back, the knocking came again, this time from the side door in the kitchen. Then the back door. It felt like the house was surrounded. I stayed awake until sunrise, walking room to room with my phone flashlight, afraid to look outside but too terrified to sit still. The next day, I called the police. I didn't tell them everything, just said someone had been knocking on my doors repeatedly. They came, walked the perimeter, and found nothing. No footprints in the soft dirt, no marks near the doors. One officer suggested raccoons. Raccoons don't knock. By the 5th night, I was genuinely afraid to sleep. Around 3 in the morning, I heard a noise from the basement, not footsteps, not scraping. This time it was the unmistakable sound of someone breathing, not soft human breathing, but a deep, wet, almost congested inhaling and exhaling. Slow. Too slow. I stood at the top of the basement stairs, gripping the railing so tightly my fingers went numb. The breathing grew louder, as though whoever or whatever was standing just beneath the staircase, waiting for me to descend. "No," I whispered. "No way." I backed up, grabbed my keys, and walked out the front door into the cold night air. I sat in my car until morning, engine running, headlights pointed at the house, as though the light could keep anything inside from stepping out. By sunrise, I had decided I needed answers. I went to the library, asked about the house, and after some digging through old newspapers, I found a name: Henry Waller. Lived in the house for 20 years. Quiet man. Kept to himself. One night, he vanished. Police searched but found nothing. The article mentioned that neighbors often heard him talking to someone when he was home alone. Some said they heard voices replying. Another article from years later mentioned a couple who moved in and complained of noises. They moved out within a month. I closed the file, hands shaking. When I returned to the house that afternoon, I stood on the porch for a long time before unlocking the door. Inside, the air felt wrong. Too still, too heavy. Around 8, the breathing started again, this time not from the basement, but from the living room. I didn't want to look. Every instinct screamed to leave, to run and never return. But I forced myself to step into the living room. Nothing. Just shadows. Then from the far corner of the room, the breathing deepened. Slow. Wet. Close. I backed up until my spine hit the wall. The shadows in the corner shifted. Something darker than the darkness stretched upward, tall and human-shaped, but wrong in the way it moved, as though its limbs had forgotten how joints were supposed to bend. My throat closed, but no scream came out. The figure leaned slightly, almost curious, and the sound it made, the slow pull of air into lungs that shouldn't exist, filled the room. I stumbled backward, knocking over a lamp. The crash broke the moment just long enough for me to run. I tore through the house, grabbed my keys, and bolted outside without looking back. I drove to a motel 2 towns away and didn't return for 3 days. When I finally did, it was only to gather what I could. I went in the afternoon with the sun high and bright. Even then, the house felt like it was watching me. I packed 1 suitcase, grabbed important papers, and left everything else. I didn't look toward the basement. I didn't look at the living room corner. When I closed the front door for the last time, I heard a single, slow exhale from somewhere inside the house, a sound of disappointment or anticipation. I didn't lock the door. I didn't look back. I sold the house at a loss a month later. The new buyers asked no questions, and I offered none. I moved into an apartment where every wall is new, every floorboard solid, every window bright. But some nights, especially around 3 in the morning, I swear I hear breathing that isn't mine. Slow, wet, patient. Story the end. The moving truck had just pulled away, leaving Jason standing on the porch of his new house, keys in one hand and a cardboard box in the other. It was quiet. Too quiet. He had chosen this place precisely for that reason. A small, older home on the edge of a suburban neighborhood, far from the bustle of the city. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the lawn, and Jason felt a small shiver run down his spine. Not from the cold, there wasn't any, but from the overwhelming sense of solitude. He set the box down and opened the front door. The smell hit him immediately, a mixture of fresh paint and old wood, the scent of a house that had been empty for months. The floors creaked under his boots as he stepped inside, echoing through the large, empty rooms. He set down his keys, glanced around, and tried to imagine it filled with furniture, laughter, the normal sounds of life. It didn't help. The emptiness seemed to press in on him, making each creak and groan of the house feel louder, more deliberate. Jason spent the evening unpacking, mostly boxes with clothes and kitchen items. He didn't notice the small things at first, the way the lights flickered in the hallway when he walked past, or how the cold seemed to seep from the walls rather than the air. Around 10 p.m., he set down his last box and decided to call it a night. The bedroom felt oddly small, the shadows in the corners too sharp. He shook his head, blaming his imagination, and crawled into bed. Sometime around 1 a.m., he woke to the faint sound of tapping. At first, he thought it was rain against the window, but then he realized it was coming from inside the house, a soft, irregular tapping like someone was knocking on furniture. He sat up, listening, straining to hear over the pounding of his own heart. The sound stopped. Then, a low creak from the hallway outside his door. Jason froze. The creak was slow, deliberate, as if someone were stepping carefully, making sure he could hear. He grabbed his phone, intending to call someone, anyone, but the battery was dead. Cursing under his breath, he stood, moving toward the door with a baseball bat he had brought from the truck. The hallway was empty. The living room beyond was dark, silent. He walked to the stairs, peering down. The floorboards glistened in the dim moonlight streaming through the windows, and there was no one there. His breathing was loud in the silence, and his skin crawled with the sensation that he was being watched. Jason tried to sleep again, but he couldn't. Every small sound, the distant hum of a fridge, the rustle of the heating vents, felt magnified, deliberate. He spent the night sitting in his bedroom, lights on, bat across his lap. When morning finally came, the sunlight brought little comfort. The house looked normal, pristine, nothing out of place, but Jason couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on him, following him from room to room. By the second night, the noises had grown bolder. The tapping returned, this time accompanied by faint footsteps upstairs. Jason had no idea who or what could be in the house. He checked every door, every window, all locked. No footprints, no sign of forced entry. He considered leaving, but felt an irrational pull to stay, to confront whatever it was. Around midnight, he was in the kitchen, pouring a glass of water when he heard it. A whisper, low and sibilant, coming from the living room. He froze, glass in hand. "Hello?" he called, voice shaking. Silence. He took a cautious step forward, the hardwood cold under his bare feet. Shadows seemed to shift in the corners of his vision, and for a moment he thought he saw a figure standing by the window. He blinked. Nothing. Jason's phone buzzed. A text message, though he hadn't received service inside the house. It was from an unknown number. "Don't leave." He dropped the phone, heart hammering. The lights flickered, then went out completely. In the pitch darkness, he could hear it. Footsteps pacing slowly above him. They stopped at the ceiling of his bedroom, just above where he sat on the floor. A low creak, as if someone or something was leaning over him. Panic took over. Jason bolted toward the stairs, bat raised, desperate to confront whatever was there. The stairs groaned under his weight. He reached the bottom and froze. The front door was wide open, swinging slightly in the wind. But the wind was calm outside. Something was wrong. He ran back inside, slamming the door shut, and leaned against it, trying to catch his breath. That's when he noticed scratches on the walls, thin, jagged lines that hadn't been there before, leading from the living room to the hallway. They were fresh. He touched them, and the wood was still warm. Jason realized he hadn't imagined any of it. Something had been moving through the house, deliberately, while he slept. He spent the next day boarding up windows, checking locks, even placing furniture against doors. Each step he took, the house seemed to respond. Doors creaked open, cabinets rattled, shadows moved just out of reach. That night, he set up cameras throughout the house, hoping to catch a rational explanation. At 2 a.m., one of the cameras blinked to life, capturing something he didn't believe. A figure, impossibly tall and thin, with no discernible features, moving silently through the living room. Jason watched, frozen in horror. The figure stopped, turned toward the camera, and for a fleeting moment, Jason could swear it was looking at him, even though it had no eyes. Then it vanished. He tried calling 911, but the line went dead. Every electronic device in the house failed. Lights, phones, cameras. He was alone, completely cut off. A whispering began again, this time from all directions, repeating his name over and over, Jason, Jason, Jason. Desperate, he grabbed the car keys and ran. The house seemed to stretch endlessly, hallways and rooms elongating as he tried to escape. Finally, he burst out the front door into the cold night. He didn't look back as he drove away, the house disappearing in the rearview mirror. Weeks later, Jason learned the house had a dark history. Previous occupants had left abruptly, citing strange noises and sightings. Some neighbors whispered about the house being cursed, though no one could explain why. Jason didn't need explanations. He could still hear it, the whispering, the creaking, the feeling of being watched. He never returned, and no one who had visited said they felt the same presence. But Jason knew. Whatever had claimed that house hadn't let him go. It followed him in dreams, in shadows, always whispering his name. He tried to sell the house, tried to move on, but the memories were inescapable. Every new home, every quiet room brought a chill to his spine, and in the dead of night, he would sometimes hear a faint tapping, soft and deliberate, and the whisper of a name that wasn't there. Story the end. Alex had always dreamed of moving out on his own, but as he stood in the doorway of the old Victorian he'd just bought, a sinking feeling settled in his stomach. The house looked perfect on the listing, spacious, full of character, quiet. But up close, the paint was peeling. The wooden floors creaked with every step, and the air smelled faintly of damp and old carpet. He shrugged off the unease. Moving was exhausting, and maybe he was just tired. By late afternoon, the moving truck had left, and Alex was alone, surrounded by half-unpacked boxes. He had unpacked the kitchen first, setting out dishes and utensils, then moved on to clothes. The living room was cluttered with cardboard, but the house felt eerily quiet, almost too quiet. The occasional creak of settling wood made him jump more than once, and he found himself talking aloud to break the silence. After he finished unpacking the basics, he decided to explore the house. Upstairs, the bedrooms were dark and empty, the windows letting in the fading light of the October afternoon. The master bedroom was larger than he had imagined, with a fireplace and a bay window that overlooked the yard. The floorboards groaned under his weight, and for a moment he swore he heard footsteps echoing back from the hall. "Must be the house settling," he muttered to himself. He started moving boxes into the master bedroom, arranging his things in the closet and on the shelves. As he bent down to lift a box, a cold draft swept across the room, raising goosebumps on his arms. He looked around. All the windows were shut. The wind outside had picked up, rattling the shutters. Alex shook his head and got back to work, convincing himself that it was nothing more than the house being old. Night fell, and the house took on a different character. Shadows stretched across the walls in odd shapes, and the groans and creaks of the house became more pronounced. Alex decided it was time to eat, so he made a simple dinner in the small kitchen and tried to relax. But even as he chewed, he noticed the house felt alive. The floors seemed to shift under his feet, and faint whispers seemed to drift through the hallways. He told himself it was his imagination, just nerves from being alone in a new place. He cleaned up and decided to call it a night, heading upstairs to the master bedroom. He switched on the lamp, casting a warm yellow glow across the room, and began to change into pajamas. Then he heard it, a soft scratching coming from somewhere in the walls. He froze, listening. "Probably mice," he whispered, though his voice lacked conviction. The scratching continued intermittently, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, as if whatever it was moving along the wall, just out of sight. Alex's heart started to pound. He grabbed his phone and shined the flashlight along the hallway outside his room. The house was empty. No one there. He tried to sleep, pulling the blankets tightly around himself, but the noises grew louder as the night went on. Scratches, soft thumps, and sometimes a faint dragging sound across the floor below. Around 2 a.m., he thought he heard whispering, barely audible, like someone saying his name. "Alex? Alex?" He sat up, heart racing, straining to hear. "Hello?" he called, his voice trembling. "Is someone here?" Silence. Then a loud bang downstairs, like a chair falling over. Alex jumped, nearly dropping his phone. He told himself it had to be the wind. No one could be in the house. He had the locks on the doors double-checked before moving in. Still, curiosity and fear mingled, and he grabbed the baseball bat he kept by the bed and crept toward the stairs. As he descended, the shadows in the corners seemed to shift and stretch unnaturally. Halfway down, he froze. There at the bottom of the staircase, he saw it. A dark silhouette against the wall, taller than a man, featureless, unmoving. "Who's there?" he yelled, swinging the bat. The figure didn't move. Then it vanished. Alex's pulse was racing. He ran to the living room, flipping on all the lights. Nothing. Just the clutter of boxes and the dim yellow glow of the lamp. He tried to convince himself he'd imagined it, chalking it up to exhaustion and stress. He went back upstairs, locked the bedroom door, and shoved a chair against it. Sitting on the bed, bat in hand, he tried to get some rest. But sleep wouldn't come. The noises started again, this time closer, almost in the room with him. Then he heard the whisper again, clearer this time. "Alex!" He swung the bat at the dark corner of the room, but there was nothing there. Heart pounding, he decided he couldn't stay upstairs. He needed to see what was causing these sounds. He grabbed a flashlight and crept down the hallway toward the basement door. The door creaked as he opened it, and the smell of damp earth and mold hit him. The basement was dark, the light from his flashlight cutting through the shadows. Boxes and old furniture were stacked haphazardly, cobwebs everywhere. The air was cold, colder than the rest of the house, and the scratching noise was louder down here. Alex's flashlight flickered, and in the brief moment of darkness, he thought he saw movement, a shadow darting across the wall. He shined the light in that direction, and the basement was empty. His chest heaved as he tried to calm himself. "Get a grip, Alex," he whispered. "There's nothing here." He stepped further into the basement and noticed something strange. One of the boxes was open, and inside was a pile of old dolls, their glass eyes staring up at him. He backed away, feeling a chill run down his spine. One of the dolls was lying on the floor outside the box, facing the stairs as if it had been placed there intentionally. A sudden bang echoed from upstairs, followed by a dragging sound like furniture being moved. Alex froze, flashlight trembling in his hand. Then he heard it. Slow, deliberate footsteps descending toward the basement. Panicked, he bolted toward the basement stairs, but the steps felt heavier, as if the house itself was resisting him. The shadows along the walls seemed to lengthen, twisting and writhing. He reached the top of the stairs, and the lights flickered violently. From the corner of his eye, he saw a figure standing at the top of the stairs. Taller than any man, featureless, completely black, like smoke solidified into a shape. It didn't move, but he felt its presence pressing down on him, filling the hallway with a suffocating weight. Alex swung the bat wildly, but it passed through the figure as if it were made of air. The thing shifted slightly, and he could hear a low, gurgling whisper. "Leave. Leave." Adrenaline took over. Alex ran past the figure, sprinting to the front door. He tried the handle. It was stuck. He yanked it with all his strength, finally ripping it open, and ran out into the night. The cold wind hit him like a wall, and the street was silent, empty, normal. He didn't stop running until he reached the nearest gas station, where the attendant looked at him with concern as he panted, out of breath and wide-eyed. Alex told him the house was haunted, but the man just frowned. "There's nobody else around that house," the attendant said. "You sure you're okay?" Alex didn't answer. He had made up his mind. He would never go back. Not tonight. Not ever. Weeks later, he sold the house quickly, almost at a loss, to a couple looking for a fixer-upper. He told himself it was just his imagination, that sleep deprivation and stress had made him see things. But at night, sometimes he would wake up in his apartment and swear he could hear faint scratching in the walls, faint whispers calling his name. Alex. Alex. Story the end. The moving truck had left hours ago, and the house was silent except for the soft hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of settling wood. Jamie stood in the living room, surrounded by boxes still sealed with tape, the smell of fresh paint and sawdust still lingering in the air. It was their first night alone in the new house in upstate New York, and the thought should have been exciting, but there was an unshakable unease creeping through the corners of the rooms. The first thing that caught Jamie's attention was the darkness. Even with all the overhead lights on, the far corners of the house seemed to absorb the light, like the shadows were too thick to be penetrated. They shrugged, telling themselves it was just the effect of moving in late autumn, the sun having set too early. Jamie unpacked slowly, methodically, placing dishes into cabinets and books onto the shelves in the study. Each box seemed heavier than the last, but the monotony was calming. When they set down the last box of kitchenware, a loud thump came from upstairs. Jamie froze, listening. The sound had come from the bedroom above, the one at the end of the hall, its door slightly ajar. Must be the house settling, Jamie muttered to themselves. They had read about it in every horror article ever published. Old houses groaning and creaking. But this house wasn't old, only 20 years, new enough that settling shouldn't make that kind of noise. They grabbed a flashlight from one of the boxes, deciding to check. As they ascended the staircase, each step groaned under their weight. But it was different from the soft creaks of an old floorboard. This was deliberate, a forceful thud that resonated in their chest. The hallway was empty. The bedroom door remained slightly ajar. Jamie pushed it open fully, expecting the room to be empty, as it had been when they toured the house. The room was indeed empty. No boxes, no furniture, just a bare floor and walls that were still fresh with paint. Jamie let out a shaky laugh, convincing themselves they were overreacting. But then the window blinds rattled violently, even though there was no wind outside. Heart pounding, they slammed the window shut. The sound of the blinds stopped immediately, and for a moment, the house was quiet again. Too quiet. Jamie hurried back downstairs, trying to dismiss the growing feeling of dread gnawing at them. Dinner was cold pasta and a hastily made salad. Sitting at the small kitchen table, Jamie tried to focus on their phone, scrolling through social media, anything to distract themselves from the feeling that they were not truly alone. Then came the knock. It was soft at first, a gentle rap on the front door. Jamie's heart leapt into their throat. They weren't expecting anyone. No movers, no neighbors. They hadn't even met anyone on the street yet. Jamie approached the door cautiously, peeking through the small window. Nothing. No one. Probably just the wind, they said, though their voice lacked conviction. They opened the door. The street was empty. Nothing but the quiet rustle of leaves in the trees lining the road. Jamie closed the door quickly, locking it, but the sense of being watched didn't dissipate. Hours passed, and the unease didn't fade. Every little sound, the hum of the heater, the creak of a floorboard, the occasional groan of the walls, made Jamie jump. They tried to sleep, but found themselves staring at the ceiling, listening. Then came the whisper. At first, it was faint, almost imperceptible, like a sigh traveling through the vent. Jamie froze. There it was again, clearer this time, a voice, a soft, dragging whisper. Jamie. The hair on their arms stood on end. They called out, voice trembling. Hello? Is someone there? Nothing, just silence. But the whisper came again, closer, more insistent. Jamie, upstairs, come. Jamie's rational mind screamed for them to call 911, to leave the house immediately. But a stubborn part of them, a part that always had to know the truth, led them to grab the flashlight again and ascend the stairs. The hallway felt longer than before, darker, as if the walls themselves were breathing. Jamie's flashlight flickered, casting uneven shadows across the walls. They reached the bedroom at the end of the hall, the same room where they had heard the first thump. The door was closed this time. Jamie's hand shook as they reached for the doorknob. Slowly they turned it, the metal cold and heavy under their fingers. The door creaked open. The room was empty. Again. But on the floor was a single shoe, not theirs, small, muddy, as though someone had been standing there recently. Jamie's heart raced. They had no neighbors, no children in the area. The street outside was deserted. They picked up the shoe, and a sudden cold swept through the room, like icy fingers brushing their spine. The whisper came again, louder this time, insistent. Jamie. A shadow flitted across the far corner of the room. Jamie swung the flashlight, but nothing was there. The room felt smaller now, the walls pressing in. They ran down the stairs, stumbling, tripping over boxes, their breath coming in sharp gasps. In the living room, the lights flickered and went out. Jamie fumbled with their phone for the flashlight, hands shaking uncontrollably, and then the whispers surrounded them, all around the house, echoing, mocking. Jamie. Jamie. The front door slammed shut on its own, sending a shiver down their spine. Jamie tried the knob. It was locked. From the corner of the room, a shadow moved, fluid, unnatural. It coalesced into a figure, tall, dark, featureless, standing in the center of the room. Jamie screamed, stumbling backward. The figure advanced slowly, silently, and then froze just as a car passed outside, headlights briefly illuminating the room. When the light faded, the figure was gone. They ran to the kitchen, grabbed a knife from the drawer, and barricaded themselves in the bathroom. The whispers continued, now almost conversational, overlapping, circling them. "Jamie, you shouldn't be here. Come, play." Hours passed, and Jamie stayed huddled in the bathroom, rocking back and forth, knife clutched tightly. The first light of dawn seeped through the bathroom window. Everything was silent. The oppressive weight, the whispers, the shadows, they were gone. Jamie didn't know if it had all been real or just a nightmare fueled by isolation and stress. They slowly unlocked the bathroom door, peering into the house. Everything looked normal, deceptively normal. The boxes were where they had left them, so the air smelled faintly of paint and sawdust. But then they saw it. Mud tracks leading from the front door across the living room floor. Not wet, not fresh, just there, impossibly, as if someone or something had walked through the house in the dead of night. And at the foot of the stairs, a small, muddy shoe, just like the one in the bedroom, staring up at them, waiting. Jamie didn't wait to investigate. They grabbed their keys, wallet, and phone and ran. The neighbors, when they arrived later, would say the house had been empty for weeks before Jamie moved in. But Jamie didn't care about explanations anymore. That house was not just empty. It was alive in a way that wanted them gone, or worse, to stay. They drove away, leaving everything behind. The house sat silent once more, waiting for the next person brave or foolish enough to walk through its doors. Weeks later, when the moving company returned to pick up a remaining box, they found the front door unlocked. The boxes were all gone, packed neatly in the corner of the living room. No signs of forced entry, no tracks outside, no evidence anyone had been there. Except in the upstairs bedroom, a single muddy shoe lay on the floor, facing the door as if it had been waiting all along. Story the end. The moving truck had pulled away hours ago, leaving the house unnervingly quiet. The boxes were scattered around the living room, some still taped shut, some already unpacked. I sank onto the beige carpet, listening to the faint creaks and groans of the settling house. It was a 2-story colonial on the outskirts of a small town in Ohio, a quiet neighborhood with manicured lawns and tidy sidewalks. Alone, it should have felt peaceful. But instead, there was a tightness in my chest I couldn't shake. At first, it was just little things. The odd tap from upstairs that didn't match the rhythm of the house settling. The way the shadows seemed heavier in corners, lingering a second too long. I tried to laugh it off. "You're imagining things," I muttered to myself as I stacked another box of books on the shelf. By nightfall, the wind had picked up outside, rattling the front door. I was in the kitchen, trying to make sense of the confusing layout when I heard it, the faint sound of footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate. My heart jumped, and I froze, listening. Then it stopped. I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounded ridiculous in the empty house. No answer. I convinced myself it was the upstairs floorboards, nothing more. I tried to go about my evening, unpacking a few more boxes, making a sandwich, trying to ignore the tiny hairs standing on the back of my neck. Later, when I was brushing my teeth before bed, I heard it again, a soft, dragging noise from upstairs. My bathroom had a window overlooking the backyard, and I checked to see if maybe a branch had fallen or something. Nothing. When I turned back, the sound was closer, as if whoever or whatever was upstairs was walking toward the stairs leading down. I grabbed a kitchen knife from the counter and crept to the stairs, trying to make as little noise as possible. The house was completely still except for my shallow breathing. I reached the top of the stairs and looked down. Empty. My heart was pounding so loudly I was sure it echoed in the walls. I told myself again I was imagining it, that it was just the nerves of being alone in a new place. I went to bed, leaving the knife on the nightstand beside me. Around midnight, the sound returned. Not footsteps this time. Whispering. I couldn't make out the words, but it was coming from the hallway outside my bedroom. I froze, listening, trying to rationalize it. Maybe someone had come in through a window, but all the doors and windows were locked. The whispering stopped suddenly, replaced by a low creak, like someone leaning against my door. I reached for the knife, my hand shaking. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice cracking. Silence. Then the whispering again, closer now, right outside my door. I couldn't take it anymore. I bolted out of the bedroom, ran to the front door, and yanked it open. The porch was empty. Nothing but the wind rustling the leaves. I ran back inside, locked the door, and pressed my back against it, trying to steady my breathing. The next morning, I didn't sleep well. Every sound made me jump. I avoided going upstairs, convincing myself to unpack only the ground floor. But by evening, I had to face it. I needed to know if the noises were real or just in my head. I started in the guest bedroom. As I stepped inside, the air felt colder, heavier. I flicked on the light, scanning the room. Empty. The floorboards groaned under my feet, but that was all. I moved to the hallway, then the bathroom, then the other bedroom. Nothing. Then I heard it again, the whispering. Faint, but unmistakable. It seemed to come from the closet in the hallway bedroom. My stomach turned. I slowly reached for the handle and flung the door open. Empty. Just empty hangers and dust motes floating in the light. I left the closet open and backed away. That's when I saw it, a faint smudge on the mirror inside the closet, like someone had pressed their hand against it. I froze. There was no one there. No way it could have gotten there. My rational brain screamed it was condensation or dust, but it looked like a handprint. Shaking, I closed the closet and left the room, deciding to get some sleep. That night, the whispering returned, louder this time. I could make out a few words. Leave now. My heart raced. I hid under the blankets, holding the knife, trying to convince myself I was imagining it. The next day, I called the realtor. Maybe someone had broken in before I moved in? The realtor assured me the house was empty and had been for weeks. I started to wonder if the house had a history, maybe something the previous owners hadn't mentioned. I went online and searched the address. Local forums mentioned strange occurrences, neighbors claiming to hear voices, lights flickering, doors opening on their own. Some even said people had moved in and left suddenly, never explaining why. I told myself it was coincidence, urban legend stuff, but a knot of fear had settled in my stomach. That night, I decided to sleep with all the lights on. The house felt different in the dark. Shadows clung to the corners, stretching unnaturally. Around 2 a.m., the whispering started again. This time I could hear footsteps approaching my bedroom door. Slow, deliberate. I gripped the knife tightly, telling myself not to panic. Then the doorknob rattled. Lightly at first, then more aggressively, as if someone or something was trying to get in. My mind raced. I couldn't call anyone. I lived alone. I couldn't leave without stepping into the hallway where whatever it was might be waiting. The doorknob stopped moving. Silence. My ears strained, and that's when I heard it. Soft, almost imperceptible breathing on the other side of the door. My grip on the knife tightened until my knuckles ached. I whispered, "Who's there?" No answer. Then the breathing stopped, replaced by a dragging sound across the floor outside my bedroom. I felt paralyzed. My mind screamed to run, but my body wouldn't move. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time had no meaning. Eventually, the house fell silent again. Exhausted, I tried to sleep, huddled in the corner of my bed with the knife in my lap. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I looked out the window, I swore I saw fleeting shadows moving behind the trees. I checked the locks on the doors and windows multiple times, convinced that someone was in the house, hiding. That night, I tried a different tactic. I set up my phone to record video while I slept. Maybe I could catch something, some logical explanation. Around 1:30 a.m., the whispering began again. I stayed awake this time, recording, trying to keep track of the sounds. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, almost urgent. I could make out words now. "You shouldn't be here. Leave." Then came the footsteps. Not on the floorboards this time, but coming from the walls themselves, like the house was alive and moving. I grabbed the phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam swept across the room. Nothing. But the whispering didn't stop. It moved closer, wrapping around me. Then I heard it, a soft, wet, dragging sound coming from the hallway closet. I froze. Every horror movie I'd ever seen played in my head. I knew I had to see, to know. I opened the closet door slowly. Empty. but the air was thick, heavy, like someone had just left. Then I saw it. On the back wall, scrawled in something dark, was a message. You belong to us. I stumbled back, heart pounding. I wanted to run, but the house seemed to pulse around me. The whispering grew into a chorus of voices, all urgent, all surrounding me, all saying the same thing. Leave. Now. I didn't argue. I grabbed my essentials, my phone, my laptop, and ran. I didn't stop until I reached my car. I left the house behind, its dark silhouette staring at me from the street, the wind rattling the windows like a mocking laugh. I called the realtor the next day, told them I couldn't stay. They didn't press, didn't ask questions. I found a small apartment in the city, a safe, mundane space where the walls didn't whisper and the shadows didn't move. Months later, I passed by the house when I was driving through that neighborhood. The lawn was overgrown, the windows dark. I didn't stop. I didn't even glance at the front door. Something about the place made my skin crawl, made the hair on my arms rise. I never unpacked the rest of my boxes. Some things I left behind, some I donated. I couldn't bring myself to keep anything that had been inside that house. And sometimes when I'm lying in bed, alone in my apartment, I swear I can still hear faint whispering, soft at first, then growing louder. You shouldn't be here. You belong to us. I've learned to sleep with the lights on, to avoid the shadows, to lock every door multiple times. But the fear never fully leaves. Every creak, every draft, every faint tap makes me tense, waiting for the whispering to return. I tell myself I'll never live alone again, never move into a house without knowing its history, its secrets. I'll never forget that house, the way it seemed to breathe, to watch, to whisper, the way it made me feel small, helpless, like a visitor in someone else's world. And even now, years later, I sometimes wonder if I really escaped, or if the house knows where I live, waiting, whispering, marking me in ways I can't see. Story the end. Jenna had finally moved into her new house in a quiet suburban neighborhood of Michigan. The late afternoon sun was just dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows across the hardwood floors of her two-story home. She was exhausted from unpacking boxes, but the thrill of having a place entirely to herself kept her moving. She dropped a heavy box of kitchen supplies in the corner and took a deep breath, surveying the living room. It was bigger than she had imagined. High ceilings, a fireplace, and wide windows that overlooked the backyard. She went to the kitchen to put away some essentials and noticed how silent the house was. No neighbors talking across the yard, no cars on the street, nothing but the occasional creak of the floorboards under her feet. She brushed it off as normal. Old houses settled, she reminded herself. As night fell, she decided to tackle the upstairs bedrooms. She carried a lamp up the stairs and set it in what would be her bedroom. The light flickered slightly, and she muttered under her breath about having to replace the bulb. That was when she first heard it, a soft thump from downstairs. She froze, listening. Another thump, followed by a quiet shuffle, almost like footsteps across the kitchen floor. "Hello?" she called out, trying to keep her voice steady. Nothing, just the sound of the house settling, or so she hoped. Jenna went down to check, holding the lamp in front of her like a makeshift torch. The living room was empty, the kitchen untouched. She convinced herself it had been the wind or a branch brushing against the window. Trying to shake off the growing unease, she locked the doors and windows and decided to make some tea. Sitting on the couch with the kettle boiling, she tried to ignore the sensation of being watched. Her phone buzzed with a message from her friend Lisa. "How's the new place? Don't let it spook you." Jenna smiled weakly and typed back that everything was fine, though her fingers trembled slightly. The first night in a new house was always a little unsettling, she thought. She set an alarm for the next morning and tried to sleep. Around 2 a.m., she woke to a faint scratching sound from the living room. Heart pounding, she lay in bed, straining to hear. The scratching continued, soft and irregular, like nails scraping against wood. Summoning courage, she grabbed her phone and a kitchen knife, creeping toward the stairs. The sound stopped as soon as she reached the top. Silence. A few tentative steps down, and she saw nothing unusual. Her mind tried to rationalize. Raccoons, maybe a branch scraping the siding, the house settling. Still, the uneasy feeling in her chest didn't go away. The next day, Jenna tried to keep busy. She unpacked books, arranged furniture, and even hung pictures. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't alone. Objects seemed to be slightly out of place. A coffee mug she left on the counter would be on the table instead. She told herself she must be imagining it, her mind playing tricks from lack of sleep. By evening, the unease escalated. She was cooking dinner when she heard a soft whisper behind her. She spun around, but no one was there. Her apartment key still hung by the door, and nothing was disturbed. She laughed nervously, but her throat felt dry and tight. After dinner, she decided to distract herself with a movie. The sound of the television filled the living room, but she kept noticing shadows at the corners of her vision. She glanced toward the hallway and thought she saw a figure standing there, just out of the corner of her eye. When she focused, it was gone. Around midnight, Jenna was woken by a loud bang from the basement. Her first thought was to call the police, but she hesitated. What if she had imagined it? What if they didn't believe her? Trembling, she grabbed a flashlight and carefully descended the basement stairs. The basement was dark and smelled faintly of damp earth. Her flashlight swept across shelves of forgotten tools and boxes left behind by the previous owners. Nothing moved. She was about to leave when she noticed muddy footprints leading across the floor, fresh, small, and unmistakable. Fear gripped her. She ran upstairs, locked every door, and called her friend Lisa. Lisa's voice over the phone was soothing, telling her it was probably just a raccoon or some neighborhood kid. But deep down, Jenna knew the footprints hadn't been made by an animal. Sleep didn't come that night. She stayed awake, clutching her phone, listening to every creak, every gust of wind. Around 3 a.m., she heard a whisper again, this time clear. "Get out!" Jenna froze. The voice wasn't loud, but it was deliberate, close, and unmistakable. She fumbled with her phone, hands shaking, dialing 911. When the dispatcher answered, she couldn't speak. The whisper came again, just behind her ear, and she bolted out the front door in her pajamas, leaving everything behind. She stayed in her car all night, parked on the street, shaking and watching the house. In the morning, she called a locksmith to change the locks. She didn't go inside until he arrived. The locksmith inspected the doors and windows, finding no signs of forced entry, no hidden compartments, nothing unusual, just as if she had imagined everything. Reluctantly, she moved back in. Days passed, and life seemed normal, almost reassuring. But the little things kept happening. Doors she remembered locking would be ajar. Her belongings moved slightly, strange thumps in the night. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but enough to make her uneasy. One evening, while unpacking her bedroom closet, she found a small, leather-bound journal tucked behind a false panel. Curiosity outweighed caution, and she opened it. The entries were from the previous homeowner, a man named Carl, and they chronicled increasingly paranoid thoughts. He wrote about hearing whispers, footsteps, and someone or something watching him. The last entry, dated just days before he sold the house, simply read, "They know I'm alone. I can't escape." Jenna felt a chill run down her spine. The words mirrored her own experiences eerily. She tried to dismiss it as coincidence, but that night the whispers returned, louder, clearer, and filled with menace. Leave or stay. The voice was not just in her ears. It seemed to vibrate through the floor, the walls, the air itself. Days turned into weeks, and Jenna tried to adjust. She installed cameras and motion sensors, hoping to catch the intruder, or at least find proof of her sanity. The footage always showed nothing, just empty rooms and shadows dancing across the walls. But the whispers didn't stop. Sometimes, they would even call her name. One night, she woke to find all the doors in the house wide open. The locks hadn't been tampered with, and yet every door creaked ominously as if inviting her to leave. Trembling, she stepped toward the kitchen and saw a shadow move across the floor. Quick, fluid, impossible to pin down. Panic rising, she tried to leave, but the front door wouldn't budge. She pounded on it, screaming for help, but no sound came from the street. It was as if the house itself had swallowed the world outside. That was when she realized she had never really been alone here. Not entirely. The presence was patient, methodical, waiting for her to grow comfortable. Watching her, learning her routines, slowly eroding her sense of reality. Every creak, every whisper, every shadow was part of it. And now, trapped inside, Jenna knew she was in its domain completely. Days later, a neighbor would mention seeing lights flickering in the house at odd hours, curtains moving though no one was visible. Some swore they heard screaming late at night, but when they called the police, they found the house empty, as if no one had ever lived there. Jenna never left the house again. Her phone lines went dead, and the neighbors stopped seeing her. Occasionally, shadows moved behind the windows, and whispers could still be heard in the night. And sometimes, if you were close enough, you could see her at the window, staring out, eyes wide, trapped in a house that didn't want her to leave. Story the end. The moving truck pulled away just as the last traces of sunset faded behind the trees. I stood in the middle of the living room of my new house, a 2-story colonial on the outskirts of a quiet suburb in Ohio. The walls were freshly painted, the floors polished to a near glossy shine, but the silence in the house felt wrong. Too heavy. Too intentional. My parents had insisted they were fine leaving me alone here for a week before school started, claiming it would be good for me to get used to the place. I wasn't so sure. I unpacked my things slowly, trying to convince myself that the faint creaks and occasional thuds weren't anything more than the house settling. The previous owners had been elderly, and the place had an old feel, like a time capsule from the 1970s, complete with floral wallpaper in the hallway and a rickety wooden staircase that groaned under my weight. I had tried to imagine the kind of life that had unfolded here, but my thoughts were interrupted by a sudden, sharp clatter from the kitchen. I froze. My brain immediately told me it was nothing. Maybe a cabinet had swung shut or the wind had shifted the screen door. But the house was solid. It wasn't that kind of drafty old home. Heart pounding, I crept toward the kitchen. The fridge hummed quietly, the light above the sink flickered faintly, but everything looked normal. I laughed nervously at myself. Great, first night alone, already freaking out over a cabinet, I muttered. That night, sleep was nearly impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I heard whispers, like a conversation in the next room just out of reach. I chalked it up to nerves and the creaking of the old house. The bed felt cold, the kind of cold that seeped into your bones. I didn't sleep much, only dozing in short, anxious bursts. The next day, I tried to distract myself by exploring the property. There was a small creek behind the house, a few fruit trees, and a shed that looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. As I wandered past the shed, I noticed faint footprints in the dirt, too small to be mine. My pulse quickened. I stared at them, trying to rationalize. Maybe a neighbor's kid had wandered in. But the footprints led straight to the edge of the woods and then disappeared. That night, it happened again. This time I was reading in the living room when I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps upstairs. Slow, deliberate pacing. I froze, heart hammering in my chest. "Hello?" I called out, trying to make my voice sound calm. Silence. I grabbed a baseball bat from the corner and climbed the stairs cautiously. The steps groaned under my weight, masking any other sound. The hallway was empty. All the doors were closed. My bedroom door across the hall was shut tight. I was about to convince myself it was imagination when the doorknob rattled violently. Someone or something was trying to open my door. My hands shook as I gripped the bat. "Go away," I shouted. The rattling stopped. I listened, barely breathing. No footsteps, no sound at all. Just silence, suffocating and thick. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, bat in hand, eyes fixed on the door. The next morning, I noticed something disturbing. My bedroom window, which I had locked, was slightly ajar. There were faint smudges on the glass, like someone had pressed their hands against it. I didn't have a ladder to reach the outside, but from the ground, the smudges were clear. Someone had been outside my window last night. I tried calling my parents, but the phone line was dead. The cell signal was weak, barely a bar. The isolation of the house hit me fully then, and panic set in. I tried to tell myself it was just kids playing pranks, maybe teens from the nearby town, but the feeling in the pit of my stomach said otherwise. Over the next few days, the incidents escalated. Objects moved when I wasn't looking. A chair in the living room would be turned just slightly. A glass on the counter would be shifted. I would hear breathing when I was alone. Soft, shallow, almost imperceptible. Sometimes I thought I saw shadows out of the corner of my eye, shapes that vanished when I turned to face them. One night, I woke to the sound of the front door creaking open. My heart leapt into my throat. I bolted upright in bed, grabbed the bat again, and ran to the door. Nothing. The door was closed, locked. but there were fresh footprints in the mud leading up the front steps, and then they stopped, right at the threshold. I considered leaving, but the car keys were upstairs, and going outside in the dark felt impossible. I stayed awake all night, the bat clutched in both hands, every shadow a potential threat. By the fourth day, I started hearing voices clearly. At first, it was just whispers, almost indecipherable, but they became words, calling my name, pleading, sometimes angry. They came from the walls, the floor, even the ceiling. The house was speaking to me, or maybe it was someone in it. I discovered an old diary in the attic, behind a loose panel in the wall. It belonged to the previous owner, a woman named Margaret. The entries were strange, fragmented, speaking of voices and shadows, of a presence that lingered in the corners. One entry stood out. It waits when you're alone. It knows your fear. Don't let it see your doubt. The handwriting grew increasingly erratic, almost illegible in the final pages. The last entry was a single sentence. It knows I'm watching, and soon I will join it. That night, the house felt alive. The whispers grew louder, and I could hear footsteps pacing around the living room. I hid under the blankets, trying to convince myself it was imagination, but I knew it wasn't. The air turned cold, my breath visible in the dim light of the moon through the curtains. I could feel it in the room with me, something watching, waiting, patient. I tried to escape through the back door, but it wouldn't budge. It was as if the house itself was holding me in. I ran to the front door. Same thing. Every exit was sealed by something unseen. Panic overtook me. I could hear laughter now, soft, cruel, coming from every direction at once. In a final, desperate move, I ran to the attic, the diary clutched in my hand. I needed answers, anything to understand what was happening. The attic stairs creaked under my weight, but when I reached the top, the door slammed shut behind me. I was trapped. The attic was dark, but I could make out shapes moving in the corners, shadows that weren't my own. They pressed against the walls, then the ceiling, then the floor. I felt a cold hand brush my shoulder. I screamed, but the sound seemed swallowed by the house itself. The diary slipped from my hands, pages fluttering like the wings of a trapped bird. One shadow detached from the wall and moved toward me. It had no face, just a darkness that seemed to pulse and breathe. My legs wouldn't move. My voice was gone. It came closer, and I could feel its suffocating presence. I remembered Margaret's last entry. It knows I'm watching, and soon I will join it. I screamed again, louder this time, and suddenly everything stopped. The shadows froze, the air grew warmer, the front door banged open downstairs. I bolted, running without looking back, heart pounding, lungs burning. I didn't stop until I reached the street, where the faint glow of a neighbor's porch light offered a lifeline. The police came, but found nothing. No footprints except mine, no signs of forced entry, nothing in the attic except the diary, now closed on a single page that hadn't been there before. Finally, you see it too. I never went back to that house. My parents sold it quickly, and the new owners moved in with no knowledge of what had happened. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I swear I hear my name whispered from just beyond the walls, and I can't shake the feeling that it's still waiting, patient, in that old house on the edge of the trees. Story the end. The U-Haul's taillights disappeared down the street much faster than I expected, leaving me standing alone in the gravel driveway with a single box in my arms and a cold wind brushing across my shoulders. I told myself it was excitement in my stomach, not nerves. But the longer I looked at the two-story house I just bought, its gray siding faded and its porch slouching slightly toward the left, the more I felt like I was staring at something that had been waiting for me, and not in a friendly way. It was just old, I told myself. Old houses made noises. Old houses creaked and swayed and breathed in their own strange ways. I had toured it twice with my realtor during the day, with traffic outside and the afternoon sun glowing through the windows. It hadn't felt strange then. It hadn't felt heavy. But the moment I unlocked the front door and stepped inside, that heavy feeling pressed down on me like the air itself was thicker here. There was a smell, one I hadn't noticed before, something like dust mixed with dampness but not mold, more like the inside of an old trunk that had been shut for decades. My footsteps echoed in the entryway, even though the house wasn't that big. I dropped the box on the floor, and the sound bounced strangely, like the house had taken the noise and pushed it back at me. I didn't have much to unpack that night. Most of my furniture wouldn't arrive until the next day, so I'd planned to sleep on an air mattress in the living room. I tried to convince myself it was an adventure, something I'd laugh about later. I had bought the place alone, my first real step into being independent after a messy breakup, so I needed to act like I wasn't fazed by something as pathetic as a creaky house. But the house creaked a lot. The first time I heard it was while I was setting up the air mattress. A long, slow groan came from upstairs, like someone dragging a heavy piece of furniture across the floor. I froze, one hand on the manual pump. The house settling, I told myself again. Old wood. Expanding, contracting, whatever the right term was. But the house didn't stop. A second noise followed, lighter, more deliberate. A footstep. I straightened up slowly and stared at the ceiling. The upstairs hallway ran directly above the living room. The realtor had mentioned the previous owner had lived alone and passed away in a retirement home, which was supposed to be comforting. No tragic accident, no mysterious disappearance. But right then, I found myself wishing someone had warned me about weird noises or old wiring or raccoons in the attic. "Hello?" I called upward. My voice came out too loud, cracking slightly. I hated myself for that. The house didn't answer. The groaning sounds stopped. The footsteps stopped. I waited another 30 seconds, then went back to pumping air into the mattress, but my eyes kept flicking to the ceiling like I expected something to pop through drywall. By the time the mattress was inflated, it was almost 9. I ordered pizza, trying to push away the unease sitting in my stomach. When I opened the front door to grab the delivery, the driver gave the house a quick look, then me, then the house again. "You new here?" he asked. "Yeah, moved in today." He hesitated. "Well, congrats." He handed over the pizza and turned away fast enough to make the hair on my arms lift. When I closed the door, the house felt even quieter. Too quiet. I carried the pizza into the living room, sat on the floor beside the mattress, and turned on the TV. The voices helped fill the empty space. I left every light on. Around midnight, I finally shut everything off and lay down. The house made small noises, normal ones, but I couldn't fall asleep. Every time I felt myself drifting, something snapped me awake again. A shift in the air, a settling pop, or the faintest tap of something against the far wall. At 12:43 a.m., I heard the footsteps again. This time they weren't upstairs, they were in the hallway leading to the kitchen, right behind the living room wall. Soft, slow, deliberate. I sat up fast, my heart slamming hard against my ribs. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. The light barely reached the hallway, but I forced myself to stand and walk toward it. "Hello?" My voice was steadier this time. No response. Just silence so complete I could hear my own breathing echo back at me. I stepped into the kitchen, shining the light across the counters, the empty breakfast nook, the back door. Everything looked untouched. I checked the lock. It was secure. I checked under the kitchen table, like an idiot. Nothing. When I turned around to head back toward the living room, a cold wave rolled over me so suddenly that my entire body tensed. The air had dropped in temperature by at least 10 degrees, the kind of cold that felt like it wasn't coming from the house, but from something standing right beside me. I didn't say another word. I ran back to the living room, grabbed my blankets off the floor, and wrapped them around me, like that would protect me from anything. I stayed awake until nearly 4, drifting in and out of uneasy half-sleep. When I finally woke up for good the next morning, sunlight was pouring through the windows and everything looked harmless. I almost laughed at myself for being scared. But the memory of that cold air clung to me like cobwebs. My furniture arrived around noon. The movers didn't comment on the house, but they moved faster than usual, constantly glancing up the stairs or toward the darker corners of the rooms. One of them muttered something to his coworker that I couldn't understand, but it had the tone of someone saying, "Let's hurry up." After they left, I spent the rest of the day arranging furniture, unpacking kitchen boxes, and trying to convince myself that the previous night had been nothing but nerves and exhaustion working together to freak me out. By late evening, almost everything was set up. I ate leftovers, watched some TV, and tried to relax. For a while, it worked. Then my bedroom door closed by itself. It wasn't a slam. It didn't even make me jump. It simply clicked shut as if someone had gently pushed it. I stared at the door, waiting for a logical explanation. Drafts, uneven floors, air pressure, any excuse I could latch onto. But the windows weren't open. The heating wasn't running, and I had walked through that hall at least 10 times already without the door moving once. I swallowed hard and walked to the door. My hand hovered above the knob before I touched it. When I opened it, the room was empty. Of course it was. I stepped inside anyway and checked the closet, the bathroom, behind the dresser, anywhere a person could hide. But I knew deep down that I wasn't looking for a person. I slept with the bedroom light on. At 2:17 a.m., something woke me. A sound like someone whispering. It wasn't words, exactly. More like breath passing over vocal cords without forming anything clear. A steady, rhythmic whisper. It was coming from the hallway. Very slowly, I sat up. The whispering stopped. I listened for almost a full minute, my heart pounding so hard the mattress vibrated beneath me. Then I made myself get out of bed. I opened the bedroom door just enough to look into the hall. Nothing. No movement. No whispering. But the air was cold again. I shut the door and locked it, even though the lock was flimsy and wouldn't stop anyone determined or anything determined from coming in. The whispering didn't return, but sleep never came back either. Days went by like that. Every night something small happened. A door clicking shut. Footsteps in rooms that were empty. Soft tapping on the walls. That coldness brushing past me when I turned off lights or walked into a darkened hallway. I tried to rationalize every single incident, but the excuses were wearing thin. The house wasn't drafts and settling wood. Something was wrong. On the fifth night, it escalated. I woke up to the sound of furniture moving. Heavy, scraping, dragging. It was coming from the living room directly below my bedroom. I sat up and listened. The noise continued, slow and steady, like someone was pushing the couch across the floor inch by inch. Every hair on my body lifted. I slipped out of bed and grabbed the baseball bat I kept by the wall, a habit from living in rougher neighborhoods years earlier. My hands were shaking, but I forced myself to walk to the stairs. The scraping stopped. The house went silent. I reached the bottom step and flipped the hallway light on. The living room was exactly as I'd left it. The couch was in place. The chairs were in place. Nothing was moved. Cold air pushed against my face. The feeling of being watched settled over me like a weight. "Okay," I whispered to no one. "I get it. I'm not wanted here." My voice trembled despite my effort to stay calm. I backed up toward the stairs, but before I reached them, something in the room changed. Not a sound, an atmosphere. The cold thickened, like it had mass, like it was circling. Then I heard it. A whisper right behind my ear. "Don't stay." I dropped the bat. I ran. I didn't look back, didn't turn off any lights, didn't even think. I bolted up the stairs, slammed the bedroom door, locked it, shoved the dresser in front of it, and sat on the floor with my back against the wall, shaking so hard my teeth chattered. The whispering continued for hours, sometimes near the door, sometimes across the room, sometimes so faint that I wasn't sure if I was hearing it or imagining it. By dawn, it stopped. I stayed frozen until sunlight filled the room. Then I finally stood, grabbed a backpack, and stuffed it with whatever I could reach. I didn't shower. I didn't eat. I didn't even shut the dresser drawer I'd pulled open. I left everything else behind. When I walked out the front door, locking it behind me, I swear I felt a presence standing on the other side, watching me leave. Not angry. Relieved. I never went back. The realtor asked why, but I couldn't give her a real answer without sounding insane. I sold the house at a loss. I didn't care. The last time I drove past it, months later, someone said I was already moved in. Curtains in the windows, a car in the driveway. I considered stopping, warning them, telling them not to stay. But the memory of that whisper crawled up my spine, and I couldn't do it. Whatever lived in that house didn't want me. Maybe it won't want them either. Or maybe it will. Story, the end. The rain had already stopped by the time I turned onto Sycamore Lane, but the pavement still glistened like black glass beneath the streetlights. My new house sat at the very end of the cul-de-sac, a 2-story place with pale siding and a front porch that looked a little too large for the narrow front yard. The realtor had called it cozy with character, which usually meant old with problems. But after months of apartment living in Chicago, I was desperate for quiet. A backyard, a driveway, no neighbors stomping overhead. Those things felt like luxuries. The moving truck had left 2 hours earlier, and since then I'd been trying to make the house feel like mine. Boxes were stacked everywhere. The air inside still held the faint, stale scent of the previous owners, something like dust and lavender potpourri. The floors creaked underfoot, not in any sinister way, just the way old wooden boards complain after decades of stepping. I made coffee, even though it was already close to 10. The kitchen window overlooked the backyard, which was nothing but a stretch of dark grass fading into the shadow of a half-broken fence. Beyond the fence, tall pines swayed like they were whispering to each other. I told myself I was imagining things, that I was just nervous being alone in a new place the first night. Still, I kept the kitchen lights on. By midnight, the caffeine had worn thin and exhaustion tugged at me. I climbed the stairs, noting how the old banister felt smooth and cold under my hand. The hallway lights flickered when I turned them on, but they stayed lit. I made a mental note to check the wiring later. My bedroom window faced the street. I left the blinds half open so the streetlight outside threw a soft amber glow across the room. It made the shadows gentler. Or so I thought. I must have drifted off quickly because the next thing I remembered was waking up to a dull but persistent thumping sound. I checked my phone, 2:13 a.m. At first I thought it was the house settling. Old homes do that. They groan, shift, click. But this sound wasn't like that. It was rhythmic, almost like footsteps, slow and dragging, coming from directly above me, the attic. I held my breath and listened harder. The thumping continued for maybe 10 seconds, then stopped abruptly, replaced by a faint scraping. I tried to tell myself it was an animal, a raccoon, a squirrel, something small and harmless that had slipped inside through a loose board or vent. But the sound had weight. It had intention. My heart hammered against my ribs as I slid out of bed and grabbed the baseball bat I kept for emergencies. Not that I'd ever needed it before. I crept into the hallway, every step calculated to avoid the loud floorboards I'd already memorized unintentionally during the move. The pull string for the attic was at the far end of the hallway near the guest room. A single bulb hung there, weak and buzzing. I stared up at the square outline of the attic door. A drop of something, water, had dried at the edge, leaving a faint, pale streak down the wall. I reached for the string, and then something moved. Not above me. Behind me. A soft shuffle at the bottom of the stairs, like someone shifting their weight on an old step. I spun, bat raised, but the staircase was empty. Only the dim glow from the living room nightlight showed the bottom railing. I stayed frozen for a long moment, waiting for another sound, another shift in the dark. Nothing. Maybe I really was imagining things. Stress, lack of sleep, too much caffeine. I backed away from the attic door, grip still tight around the bat, and returned to my room. I locked the door, even though it felt silly in my own house. I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the noise to come back. It didn't. By morning, everything looked so normal it made me feel foolish. Sunlight softened the edges of every shadow. Birds perched on the roof and sang. My coffee tasted normal. A neighbor across the street waved as he loaded his truck for work. I tried to settle in. I unpacked most of the kitchen, set up my office, and dragged furniture into place. The day wore on without anything strange happening. In fact, the house seemed completely ordinary in the daylight. But as evening slid in, as the sky outside turned violet and the house dimmed, that uneasy feeling returned, creeping up my spine like cold fingers. I told myself I'd sleep with the television on. By 11, I was half asleep on the couch, some sitcom murmuring in the background, when I heard it again, faint, distant, but unmistakable. Thump, 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 from the attic. I muted the TV. The sound grew clearer in the silence. Thump, drag, thump, drag. Something was moving across the attic floor. The thought of an animal no longer comforted me. An animal wouldn't move like that. My eyes drifted toward the stairway. The attic hatch was directly above the second-floor hallway, which meant the sound was coming from almost directly over the center of the house. The lights flickered. Not just one, but all of them at once. A quick pulse, like the house itself, shuddered. I grabbed the bat again. This time, I didn't hesitate. I moved up the stairs quickly, heart pounding so loudly I wondered if something upstairs could hear it. The hallway felt colder than before. I could see my breath faintly in the glow of the single bulb. The house was old, yes, but not freezing. Not like this. The thumping stopped. Silence followed, thick and absolute. I reached the attic string. The air around me felt wrong. Heavy. like someone was standing just inches away, watching me. I pulled the string. The attic door slapped open, the ladder sliding down with a metallic croak. A draft of cold air rushed out, sweeping past me and making the hallway light flicker again. I swallowed hard and lifted the bat as I climbed. The air in the attic was even colder, enough to make my fingers numb within seconds. The only light came from the hallway bulb below, and it barely reached the slanted beams overhead. Dust floated through the air, disturbed by the draft. The wooden floorboards stretched before me, old, warped, and cluttered with forgotten boxes. Something scraped in the far corner. I froze. A shadow shifted there, low and deliberate. Hello? My voice was barely more than a whisper, but in the attic, it sounded unnaturally loud. No answer. Then, slowly, something emerged from the darkness. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks. The shape was low to the ground, crawling rather than walking. I could hear its hands, if they were hands, dragging along the floor, nails scraping against the wood. I stepped back, nearly losing my footing on the ladder. The thing crawled closer, its body contorting in a way no animal could. I saw long hair matted against a face that shouldn't have had angles like that, shouldn't have moved like that. Its limbs were too long, as if the joints didn't belong in the places they were. It whispered. Not words, just a wet, breathy sound like the air was leaking out of it. I scrambled down the ladder, nearly falling the last few steps. The attic door slammed shut above me with a force I hadn't applied. I ran to my bedroom, slammed the door, locked it, and sat with my back pressed to it. My chest heaved. My head spun. For nearly an hour, I heard nothing. Then, faintly, creak from the hall. Soft footsteps, slow, dragging, uneven. They stopped outside my door, and then the doorknob turned, just once. A deliberate test. I didn't sleep at all that night. When dawn finally came, the doorknob was still turned halfway. I reached out to touch it with a trembling hand. It released under my fingers, clicking back into its normal position. I packed a bag, grabbed my keys, and left the house without looking back. I drove until I hit the nearest diner off the highway, sat in a booth, and tried to calm down enough to think rationally. Maybe I hadn't seen anything. Maybe I had a waking nightmare or a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. People see strange things in new environments. I wanted to believe that. I really did. But the memory of those too long limbs and that impossible crawl clung to me like a stain. By late afternoon, I'd convinced myself to go back just long enough to grab my computer and a few essentials. I'd stay in a motel until I could find someone to check the place thoroughly. When I pulled into the driveway, the house looked as quiet and harmless as it had earlier that morning. I unlocked the front door cautiously, stepping inside like I was entering a place I might never leave. Everything was exactly as I left it. Almost. The attic ladder was down, fully extended. The attic door was open. Cold air drifted down from above, snaking across the hallway floor. I took one step back, ready to run, when something at the top of the ladder shifted. A hand. Thin, pale fingers curled around the top rung. Then another hand. Slowly, a face peered over the edge, its head tilting too far to one side as if the neck wasn't made to hold it up. Long hair swung down in tangled ropes. Its eyes locked onto mine, wide and too dark, like open pits. It smiled. Not with its mouth, but with its whole face stretching in a way a human face shouldn't. I bolted from the house so fast I tripped over the front step. I didn't stop running until I was in the car, engine roaring, tires screaming against the pavement. I left everything behind. Every box, every piece of furniture, every part of the life I had planned to start there. I never went back. A week later, I received a voicemail from the real estate agent. She sounded annoyed. Your neighbors say someone's been seen standing in your upstairs window every night. If you're having someone stay there while you're away, you need to inform us. Also, we need to discuss the attic ladder. It's been hanging open since the day you left. Please call me back. I didn't. Some places don't want new people living in them. Some places are waiting, watching, and sometimes they follow you. Story, the end. The first thing I noticed about the house was how quiet the neighborhood was, almost unnaturally so. Not the kind of quiet you get in the country, where insects buzz and wind rattles leaves, but a heavy, suffocating quiet that felt pressed into the walls. The realtor had called the place a peaceful starter home for someone looking for space and solitude. At the time, those words sounded comforting. Now, standing on the porch with my luggage at my feet, the same words echoed back in a different tone, one that felt like a warning I should have paid attention to. The moving company was scheduled for the following morning, which meant the first night would be spent alone, with nothing but an air mattress, a backpack, and a flashlight in case the electricity didn't cooperate. I'd done this before, moved alone, slept on floors, adjusted to new places. I wasn't the type to scare easily. The lock clicked smoothly behind me, and I stepped into the living room. The air smelled faintly of dust and wood polish, maybe from the realtor prepping before the sale. The sunlight streaming in through the windows gave everything a soft, amber glow. For a moment, it looked warm, lived in, almost welcoming. But as the sun dipped behind the trees, the house changed. The shadows stretched longer across the floor, swallowing corners I hadn't noticed earlier. The rooms seemed to deepen, as if the walls breathed in. Every step sounded too loud. The floor groaned under my weight like it was complaining. I tried brushing it off. First nights in new houses always felt strange. The mind filled in the silence with imaginary footsteps, voices, echoes that didn't exist. I told myself that. I didn't believe it. The wind outside picked up as evening settled in. Old branches scraped lightly against the siding, tapping in a steady rhythm. A fuse popped somewhere. Lights flickered in the kitchen. The refrigerator hummed loudly, then too loudly, then went quiet again. I inflated the air mattress in the bedroom upstairs. The space was bigger than I remembered. The overhead light buzzed, casting a weak yellow glow that pooled unevenly on the walls. I plugged in my phone, checked the time, 9:03 p.m., and lay back staring at the ceiling. The silence returned. Thick, unyielding. Then the first sound came, a soft thud from downstairs. I sat up slowly, listening. Nothing followed. Maybe the old house settling, I thought. Temperature changes, wood adjusting. I'd heard it all before in other houses. Then a second thud. This one louder. I grabbed my flashlight, climbed out of the air mattress, and padded to the top of the staircase. The flashlight beam wavered as my hand shook slightly. Hello? I called down, hating how thin my voice sounded. Nothing. Just the dim shapes of the living room furniture I didn't have yet, the empty floor, the blank windows. I walked downstairs carefully, stepping around the soft spots I'd already identified in the old wood. I checked every room, every corner, nothing out of place. I checked the front door, locked, deadbolt secure. I checked the back door, locked, every window latched. I returned upstairs feeling half relieved, half foolish. I lay back down, telling myself to stop overreacting. At 11:47 p.m., I woke to footsteps, upstairs footsteps, in the hallway. Slow. Dragging. Measured in a way no natural sound ever was. My heart pounded hard enough that I could feel it in my fingertips. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The steps stopped right outside the bedroom door. I listened. My skin prickled. The doorknob rattled. Just once. A small, sharp shake. Then complete stillness. I forced myself to sit up and turned on the bedroom light. My throat felt dry. I walked to the door as quietly as I could. My hand hovered over the knob for a long moment before I finally twisted it and pulled. The hallway was empty, but the air was wrong, so much colder than it should have been. I checked the thermostat on the wall. It read 70 degrees. The air felt like 40. The house exhaled. I could hear it, a faint sound like a long, slow sigh coming from the walls. I backed into the bedroom and shut the door. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Not with the faint tapping that started against the wall around 1 a.m., soft at first, then louder, like fingers drumming from the other side of the plaster. When the sun finally rose, I felt like I'd been awake for days. Morning brought enough normalcy to fool me. The movers came, loud and talkative, filling the house with the kind of noise that made me feel foolish for being afraid. By the time the furniture was arranged and boxes filled the living room, I'd almost convinced myself that the footsteps, the door rattling, the tapping, maybe it was stress, nerves, the isolation of a quiet neighborhood at night. Maybe the mind played tricks on people when houses echoed too much. For most of the day, nothing strange happened. But around dusk, the house grew quiet again. The furniture didn't help, neither did the lamps or the TV buzzing softly. The house seemed to absorb sound rather than hold it. Every room felt colder after sunset. The floor creaked more loudly. The wind outside pressed against the siding like something wanting inside. I tried distracting myself by unpacking the kitchen. I was halfway through setting plates into the cabinet when a sharp noise came from upstairs. Not footsteps. Something fell. Something heavy. I rushed up the stairs, heart in my throat. The noise had come from the guest bedroom, one I hadn't touched yet. I pushed open the door slowly. A box I'd left in the center of the room now sat against the far wall, flipped over. I stood there staring at it. It hadn't just fallen over. It had moved. Something inside the wall groaned, long and low, as if the house itself was stretching awake. A chill rippled through me. I backed out, closed the door, and went downstairs. I turned on every light in the house. The unnecessary brightness made the shadows feel sharper, but I needed it. By 10 p.m., the wind outside had completely stopped. The whole world felt still. That unnatural stillness was the worst part. Around midnight, I heard something new. Humming. A quiet, low melody, like someone humming to themselves just out of sight. It drifted through the house in a way that didn't make sense, coming from every direction, yet no direction at all. I stood in the living room, holding a mug of coffee with shaking hands, listening as the tune grew clearer. It was coming from upstairs. I didn't want to go up there, but I also couldn't stay downstairs with it echoing faintly through the floorboards. I climbed the staircase slowly, each step louder than the last. The humming stopped the moment I reached the top. The air was colder again, my breath fogged faintly. Every door upstairs was closed, except my bedroom door. That one stood open. The light was on inside, flickering slightly. I stepped into the room carefully. Nothing. The closet door was half open, but I knew I'd closed it earlier. As I walked toward it, the house made a sound like a low, painful moan. The ceiling cracked lightly, dust drifting down. Then, a whisper. Right behind me, a voice quiet, breathless. "He's here." I spun around. No one. The hall was empty. I backed away, trembling. The whisper had been so close it had moved the air against my ear. I shut the bedroom door and locked it, though I knew a lock meant nothing against something I couldn't see. I sat on the bed with the lamp on, knees pulled tight to my chest, listening for any sign the whisper would return. It didn't. Instead, around 3 a.m., the footsteps came back. Slow, heavy ones, walking from one end of the hallway to the other. But there was more this time, the sound of something being dragged. Something. Soft. Or someone. I heard a faint thudding, like a body hitting the floor with each pull. I covered my ears, squeezed my eyes shut, and waited for dawn. By morning, my decision was made. I packed a bag, grabbed my keys, and headed straight for the car. But the front door wouldn't open. The knob turned, the lock clicked, but the door wouldn't move more than an inch. Something on the other side pressed against it. Something heavy. I shoved my shoulder against it. It didn't budge. The house felt alive around me, like it was watching. I ran to the back door. Same thing. Jammed. Every window I tried was stuck, sealed tight. I felt panic rising, sharp and overwhelming. My breath shook as I stumbled back into the living room. The air had grown thick, heavy, cold. Then I heard it, a voice from upstairs. Not a whisper this time. Not a breath. A full voice, deep and crackling, like someone who hadn't spoken in years. "Get back here." I froze. The voice came again, louder. "You're not leaving." My entire body went cold. I took one step backward, then another. The ceiling creaked. Footsteps thundered down the hall. I grabbed a lamp and threw it through the nearest window with everything I had. Glass shattered outward. I didn't hesitate. I climbed through the broken frame, cutting my hands and arms, and ran barefoot across the yard until I reached the street. I didn't look back. I didn't stop running. A neighbor saw me crying on the curb and called the police. When officers went inside, they found nothing. No footprints. No signs of forced entry, no objects moved, no cold spots. They said I probably panicked during the night and convinced myself something was wrong. But I know what I heard. And sometimes when I'm alone in my new apartment, lying in bed in the dark, I swear I still hear that humming. Waiting. Searching. Getting closer. Story the end. The first night in the new house felt heavier than it should have. Not emotionally, just physically heavy, like the air itself pressed against my skin with a kind of stale weight. I'd bought the place fast, too fast according to everyone I knew, but the price was unbelievable and the market was ruthless. A 3-bedroom Craftsman with a yard and a garage for under 200 grand. I didn't just jump at it, I practically sprinted. The realtor seemed relieved when I signed the papers, though at the time I thought she was just eager for the commission. The driveway gravel crunched under the moving truck's tires as it pulled away, leaving only my car and the echo of its engine fading down the street. The house looked almost shy in the dimming sunset, its chipped blue paint and sagging porch railings somehow charming. I stood on the front steps with my keys in hand and told myself I had made a good decision. Inside, the house smelled faintly of dust and something else. Not rot, not mold, but an underlying scent like old books sealed in a trunk for too long. Something forgotten. The wooden floors creaked under my boots, and the sound reverberated through the empty rooms like a soft warning. It was nearly 9 when I finally collapsed onto the couch with a microwave burrito and a glass of water. I didn't have the energy to unpack, and the dim, quiet living room felt safe enough for the moment. Outside, the street was silent, not suburban quiet. This was something different. No cars, no voices, not even a dog barking. A dead, hollow quiet that made me swallow hard. I turned the TV on to drown out the silence, but the antenna struggled, leaving a flickering haze instead of anything watchable. I turned it off and leaned back, rubbing my eyes. That was when I heard the first sound, a single click. It came from the hallway near the stairs, sharp and mechanical, like a door latch being tested. I froze, listening hard, my fork hovering over the plate. The house shifted then, wood settling in its frame, a stretch and groan that made sense in an old home. But the click didn't make sense. Still, I tried to ignore it. Moving day exhaustion felt like explanation enough for any paranoia. I tossed the empty plate into the sink, brushed my teeth, and headed upstairs. The air on the second floor felt noticeably colder. The hallway stretched long and shadowed, illuminated only by the moonlight filtering through the bare windows. My footsteps sounded too loud. Too alone. I crawled into bed and pulled the thin blanket around me. The wind picked up outside, brushing against the siding like fingertips. Just as I started to drift off, a soft thump sounded downstairs. I lay there, rigid, another thump, then a dragging scrape. Slow, deliberate. My mouth went dry. I pushed myself up, heart pounding, and strained to listen. The sound came again, something sliding across wood, something heavy. My brain scrambled for explanations. A fallen box, a raccoon somehow inside, air pressure shifting things. No, this was too controlled. I got out of bed, crept to the top of the stairs, and peered down. The darkness below looked wrong, somehow thicker than the shadows upstairs, like it pooled near the floor. I clicked the light switch. Nothing happened. The bulb flickered once, then died completely. My breath hitched. I took one cautious step down, and the floor groaned loudly in response. The dragging sound stopped instantly. Silence followed, absolute and suffocating. After nearly a full minute, my courage broke. I retreated to my room, locked the door, and sat in bed with the blanket pulled up and my phone gripped in my sweaty hands. Sleep didn't come. Not really. Just brief, restless dips of consciousness, each punctuated by the feeling that something moved in the walls. The next morning felt deceptively normal. Birds chirped. Sunlight warmed the floorboards. For a moment, I wondered if I'd imagined everything. But when I went downstairs, my stomach dropped. One of the boxes I had stacked neatly by the wall was now in the middle of the living room. A long, pale scrape marked the floor where it had been dragged. I stared at it, throat tight. I hadn't touched that box. I knew that with absolute certainty. I crouched and inspected the mark. The wood looked gouged, as if something had pressed down on the box hard enough to carve into the floor while dragging it. Impossible. The box wasn't even heavy, just filled with towels and bed sheets. I pushed it carefully back to the wall and took a shaky breath. Rest of the day, nothing strange happened. I unpacked the kitchen, explored the backyard, met no neighbors because, for reasons I didn't understand, not a single one stepped outside. It remained eerily quiet. By nightfall, I told myself the box thing had to have some explanation I just hadn't thought of yet. But deep down, I didn't believe it. I slept downstairs that night, figuring being closer to the front door would make me feel safer. I curled up on the couch and let the glow of a lamp keep the shadows in check. Around 1 a.m., the lamp flickered once. I sat up. It flickered again, then went dead. Darkness swallowed the room. I grabbed my phone to use as a flashlight, but the screen wouldn't turn on. It was fully charged before I'd gone to bed. Now it was completely unresponsive. My breath grew fast, shallow. A faint sound drifted from the dining room. Soft, wet breathing. Slow inhale. Slow exhale, like someone with a chest cold struggling to breathe quietly. I didn't move. The breathing shifted direction, drawing closer, scraping faintly along the floor. My heart hammered against my ribs. I pressed myself deeper into the couch, praying the darkness hid me. The breathing reached the entryway of the living room. Stopped. For several unbearable seconds, the air thickened. My ears rang. A pressure filled the room, making the hair on my arms rise. Then something cold brushed lightly across my ankle. I jerked violently, but bit back a scream. Footsteps padded away, soft but unmistakable. They moved toward the stairs, slow. Careful, up one step, another, another. I stayed frozen until the footsteps reached the top floor. Only then did the pressure ease. My phone flickered back on suddenly, its brightness stabbing my eyes. The lamp clicked back to life as if a breaker had flipped. I didn't sleep at all. When dawn broke, I felt hollowed out like something had peeled a layer of me away during the night. I needed answers. I spent the morning researching the house. Not much came up, just a note about the previous owner moving out abruptly after her husband died. No articles, no tragedies on record. But I did find her number. Her name was Dorothy. My hands shook as I dialed. She answered in a hoarse whisper, her voice trembling even before I introduced myself. When I mentioned the address, she sucked in a sharp breath. "You bought that house?" "Yes." "Oh, oh, honey." Her voice cracked. "You shouldn't be there. You need to get out." "Why? What happened?" Silence stretched thin and quivering. "It doesn't like new people," she whispered. "It wants to be left alone. It didn't even want us. My husband, he didn't fall down those stairs. He was pushed, and I heard it laugh." I gripped the phone so hard my knuckles whitened. "What is it?" Another silence. A broken inhale. "It lives there. It always has. It'll come for you too once it decides you don't belong." She hung up. I stared at my phone long after the call ended, dread crawling under my skin. The rest of the day, the house felt aware, watching, waiting. That night, I planned to leave. I packed a bag, grabbed my keys, and headed toward the door, but it wouldn't open. The lock turned, but the door stayed shut as if held from the outside, or inside by something stronger than human. I tried the back door. Same thing. Panic spread through me like fire. Then, from upstairs, something thumped against the floor. Hard. Once. Twice. 3 times. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to know. But the house forced the moment. The upstairs hallway lights flickered on by themselves, glowing an eerie, sickly yellow. A shadow appeared at the top of the stairs. Not fully shaped, not fully human. Its limbs were too long, its posture too wrong, and its head was tilted so far to the side it seemed broken. A gurgling breath rattled from it, the same sound I'd heard downstairs the night before. It began to descend. One step, then another. The air grew ice cold. I stumbled back, heart clawing up my throat. The thing reached the bottom step, and though I couldn't see its face clearly, I knew it watched me. Felt it. Its presence pressed against me like a choking hand. When it stepped into the living room, the walls groaned around us. I swung the bag at it and bolted toward the kitchen. I didn't expect it to work, and it didn't stop the thing, but it staggered enough to give me 3 seconds of movement. I sprinted to the basement door, wrenched it open, and stumbled inside, slamming it behind me. The basement smelled damp, the air thick and humid. I ran down the stairs and ducked behind an old workbench, chest heaving. For several minutes, maybe hours, maybe seconds, I listened. Soft footsteps approached the door. Stopped. A slow drag slid across the other side of the door, as though nails traced the wood. Then, finally, silence. I stayed hidden until the first rays of dawn crept through the tiny basement window. When I emerged, the house smelled like dust again. The atmosphere felt normal, almost harmless. The front door opened easily. I didn't pack. I didn't look back. I got in my car and drove until the house shrank from my rear view and disappeared completely. Someone else lives there now. The listing went up only weeks after I fled. Part of me wants to warn them. Tell them what waits inside after dark. But the other part of me remembers Dorothy's trembling voice. It doesn't like new people. And I know it's watching them now. It's waiting. Story the end. The moving truck pulled away just as the sun was dipping behind the trees, leaving long, jagged shadows across the driveway of my new house. I stood there for a moment, hands on my hips, surveying the small 2-story colonial I'd bought on a whim after months of apartment hunting. It was bigger than I expected, older than I'd been shown in pictures, and definitely quieter than I had imagined. I carried the last box inside and set it down with a thud. The echo rolled through the empty rooms and down the hall, a sound that immediately reminded me that I was completely alone. My parents had stayed behind in the city. They didn't want to fly in for the weekend. My friends all had their own lives. I was alone. The house smelled old, dust, stale wood, and something faintly metallic that made me wrinkle my nose. I turned on all the lights, more for reassurance than anything else, and started unpacking the essentials: toiletries, a few clothes, and the laptop I intended to keep me company in the quiet. By the time I finished, night had fully fallen. The wind rattled the windows, and the old house groaned as if it were settling, but it sounded different than the creaks I'd grown up hearing in my parents' home. The noises were too deliberate, too rhythmic, almost like they were measured steps or timed breathing. I brushed it off, telling myself it was nothing. I had lived alone before. I could handle it. After a quick dinner, I set up my air mattress in what would be my bedroom. The walls were pale yellow, but the dim light made the room feel smaller, tighter. I hadn't hung anything yet. The emptiness made me uncomfortable, but it also made it easier to feel like I owned the space. I was just falling asleep when I heard it, a soft thump from upstairs. My heart jumped. I froze, listening. Another thump, slightly heavier, came from the same direction. It wasn't the ceiling settling or the wind. It sounded like a footstep. I tried to convince myself that it was probably the floorboards expanding, or maybe a raccoon on the roof, anything to make me feel safe. But the next sound made my stomach drop. It was a slow drag, like something heavy being pulled across the hardwood. The hallway above my room was empty, as far as I knew. I grabbed my phone and checked the time. 1:03 a.m. I considered calling someone, but who? The previous owner's family? The police? I couldn't tell anyone. It sounded like someone or something was moving around in my house. I needed proof, but the idea of standing in the hallway and filming didn't seem remotely safe. The sounds stopped. The house was silent, too silent. I tried to sleep, but every creak, pop, or sigh of the house made me jump. By 3 a.m., I was wide awake. I decided I would explore. Maybe seeing the house during the night would reassure me, prove to myself that it was just an old house making noises. I stepped onto the cold hardwood floor, trying to move quietly, and started up the stairs. Halfway up, I froze. There it was again, a whisper, soft, almost underneath the sound of the house settling. My name. I whipped around, flashlight in hand, heart hammering. Nothing. Just shadows stretching across the wall. I made it to the top of the stairs, and every step creaked. I stopped at the hallway. The guest bedroom at the end of the hall had a door slightly ajar. I didn't remember leaving it open. I approached slowly. The air grew colder the closer I got. My flashlight's beam caught on the edge of the door, and a shadow that moved. Not my shadow, not a trick of the light, but a darker, shifting shape that vanished as soon as I blinked. I ran back to my room, slammed the door, and locked it. My back pressed against the wall, trying to calm myself. It was probably stress, exhaustion, my imagination. But deep down, I knew it wasn't my imagination. The next few days were a mix of unease and frustration. I told myself I would get used to it. I unpacked the rest of my belongings, hung up some pictures, and tried to fill the empty spaces with normalcy. The house seemed quieter in daylight, but every night brought new noises. Doors creaking open on their own, whispers from hallways, the occasional thump that sounded like someone walking just out of sight. One night, I woke to the sound of something scratching at my bedroom door. Slow, deliberate, almost like claws on wood. I froze. The sound stopped. Then came the whispering again, closer this time. Leave. I pulled the blankets over my head, shaking. I couldn't stop hearing it. I didn't sleep. I didn't move. Morning felt like it took hours to arrive. The breaking point came on the fourth night. I was in the living room, trying to distract myself with TV, when I heard heavy footsteps above me. Someone, or something, was pacing in the hallway upstairs. The footsteps stopped, and then came a long, slow drag across the floor, ending in a thump right above me. I grabbed the baseball bat from under the couch and crept toward the stairs. The house had gone deathly quiet again. As soon as I put my foot on the first step, the lights flickered. Then the whispering started. Get out. My chest tightened. Every rational thought screamed at me to leave, but my feet were frozen to the stairs. The whisper grew louder, urgent, almost desperate. I bolted down the stairs, stumbling over the last step. My hand fumbled with the front door lock. The cold air outside hit me, and I didn't look back. I ran to my car, keys in hand, and drove without direction, without thinking. The house sat behind me, silent once again, as if nothing had happened at all. For weeks, I couldn't sleep. I stayed at friends' houses, hotels, anywhere but there. Eventually, I sold the house at a loss. The realtor asked why, but I just said I had changed my mind. I didn't want to explain what had happened, because no one would believe me. Months later, I passed by the street where the house stood. New curtains in the windows, a car in the driveway, a family, probably, living there now. I wanted to warn them, to tell them the house didn't like being empty, that it didn't want anyone there, but I couldn't. I remembered the cold air, the whispers, the dragging footsteps, and I realized some things aren't meant to be confronted. I never went back, and I never will. Story the end. The first night in the house was eerily quiet. I had spent the entire day moving boxes and arranging furniture, but now, alone, it felt different. The living room was empty, except for a few scattered cartons and the large couch I had insisted on placing in the center. The walls were pale, almost too bright in the dim light of the single lamp I'd set up. I tried to tell myself I was just tired, that everything was normal, but a strange unease settled in my chest. I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone when I heard it. A soft knock from upstairs. It was faint, almost hesitant, like someone was testing whether the house was empty. I froze, straining to hear. Then it came again, slower this time. My stomach twisted. I lived alone. I was sure of it. Grabbing the flashlight from the kitchen, I crept toward the staircase. Every step I took made the old wood groan beneath me. I reached the top landing and looked down the hallway. Nothing. The air felt colder and my breath came out in shallow, nervous puffs. I turned on the hallway light. Empty. The bedrooms were dark, the doors closed. I tried to laugh it off. Just the house settling, I muttered to myself, though I didn't really believe it. I checked each room systematically, opening doors slowly, flashlight in hand. Nothing. No signs of anyone. No strange markings, no open windows, no footprints. Just the normal quiet of an old house. I decided to go back downstairs. As I descended the stairs, a loud thump echoed from upstairs, louder this time, closer to the guest room. My heart jumped into my throat. I considered calling someone, but my phone had no signal in the house yet. I was completely alone. I grabbed a kitchen knife from the counter and stood in the middle of the living room, listening. For a while, there was only silence. Then I heard it, a low scraping noise from the kitchen. My flashlight trembled in my hand. I turned it slowly toward the source. Nothing. The cupboards were closed, the counters empty. My mind raced. I forced myself to laugh nervously. It's fine. It's fine, I whispered. But I could feel the tension in my body growing. Every small sound, the wind outside rattling the windows, the faint creak of the floorboards, the occasional drip from the faucet made me flinch. Around midnight, I tried to sleep, but the house didn't make it easy. Every creak and groan seemed amplified in the darkness. Then I heard it again. A whisper, faint, almost indistinguishable, coming from the hallway. My eyes shot open. I froze, straining to listen. The whispering stopped as abruptly as it had started. I told myself I was imagining things, but the fear clung to me like a shadow. I lay in bed, clutching the knife, listening. Every so often I thought I heard the faintest sound of someone breathing in the hallway outside my room. The sound didn't last, but it was enough to make my skin crawl. The next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I spent the day unpacking boxes, trying to keep busy, but my eyes kept darting to the corners of the rooms, to the dark spaces under the stairs, to the closet doors. Around mid-afternoon, I was in the kitchen when I saw something move in the corner of my eye. I spun around, flashlight raised, and saw nothing. But the air felt heavy, like it was charged with some unseen presence. That night, I tried a different strategy. I left a light on in the living room and stayed up on the couch, knife at the ready. Around 1 a.m., the whispering returned. This time, it was clearer, more urgent. I could make out a word or two. Leave. I froze. My heart was pounding in my chest. The whispering grew, filling the house, echoing off the walls. I got up, shaking, and checked every room again. The bedrooms, the bathroom, the closet under the stairs. Empty. But the feeling of being watched intensified. I could feel eyes on me from somewhere in the house, though I couldn't see anything. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps. Not the soft shuffle of a person walking normally, but deliberate, slow, dragging footsteps moving across the upstairs floor. I froze, listening. The footsteps stopped abruptly. Silence. Then a loud thump from the ceiling above me, as if someone had jumped down from the second floor. Panic set in. I grabbed my keys and ran to the car, but as I reached the driveway, I heard it, a whisper, carried by the wind, faint but unmistakable. You shouldn't leave. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys, heart racing. I started the car and drove away, glancing back at the dark silhouette of the house. I didn't return that night. I spent the next day at a nearby hotel, trying to convince myself it had all been my imagination. Maybe I was just tired, just stressed from moving. But the hotel room felt different, too sterile, too safe. I couldn't stop thinking about the house, about the whispering, about the footsteps. That evening, I called the realtor, asking if anyone else had lived in the house recently, if there had been any break-ins. The realtor hesitated, then said no. The house had been vacant for months before I moved in. That didn't make sense. The sounds I had heard, the whispers, the sense of being watched, they weren't imagination. I was sure of it. I decided to return, rationalizing that I had to at least check things in daylight. During the day, the house looked normal. The sun streamed through the windows, casting warm light on the beige carpet. Everything seemed ordinary. But as the evening came and the shadows stretched across the rooms, that same uneasy feeling returned. I tried to stay busy, unpacking more boxes, making dinner, watching TV, but I couldn't ignore the faint noises, the soft thud of something falling upstairs, the occasional creak of floorboards that shouldn't have moved. Around 11 p.m., I was in the kitchen when I heard a whisper right behind me. "Get out." I spun around. No one. My heart was racing. I called a friend, explaining everything, trying to convince myself that talking to someone would help. They laughed nervously, telling me it was probably just the house settling. But I knew better. This wasn't normal. Houses didn't whisper. Houses didn't follow you with their sounds. By midnight, the house felt alive. The shadows seemed to stretch toward me. The walls seemed to breathe. I tried to leave again, but something held me back. A compulsion, a pull, as if the house didn't want me to go. The whispering intensified, echoing in my head, repeating the same words over and over. Stay, stay, stay. I bolted for the door, ignoring the footsteps that followed me, ignoring the whispers that seemed to wrap around my legs. I ran to my car and drove away, not stopping until I reached a gas station several miles away. I didn't look back. The next day, I packed a few essentials and left town. I found a small apartment in the city, far from quiet streets and old houses. I still have nightmares about the house. Sometimes I dream I'm back in the living room, boxes scattered around me, shadows creeping along the walls. I wake up sweating, hearing faint whispers that vanish when I turn on the light. Months later, I drove past the neighborhood, curious despite myself. The house looked abandoned, dark and uninviting. The lawn was overgrown, windows dirty, but I could swear I saw movement in one of the upstairs windows. I didn't stop. I didn't even slow down. I'll never go back there. I'll never live alone in a house I don't fully understand. And sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment, I still hear faint whispers. Not loud, not threatening, but enough to make my skin crawl. You shouldn't be here. You belong to us. The fear lingers, a shadow over everything. I can't shake the memory of the footsteps, the whispers, the sense of being watched. I can't shake the feeling that the house didn't just want me to leave. It wanted me to remember. I've learned to sleep with the lights on, to avoid dark corners, to check every door multiple times. But it's never enough. I know, deep down, that some part of me will always carry the memory of that house, the way it felt alive, aware, and hungry for someone to stay too long. And maybe that's the real horror, knowing that a house, an empty structure of wood and plaster, can leave a mark on your mind that no amount of daylight or distance can erase. Story the end. Jenna had just closed the front door of her new house behind her, the sound echoing unnaturally through the empty rooms. The moving truck had left hours ago, leaving her alone in the quiet suburban home on the outskirts of Dayton, Ohio. She had dreamed of living in a place like this, 2 stories, a wide porch, big windows overlooking a small backyard. But now that she was actually here, a creeping unease settled in her chest. The silence of the house felt almost too heavy. as if it were pressing down on her from the high ceilings. She set her boxes down in the living room and paused, listening. Just the sound of the wind rustling the trees outside, or so she tried to tell herself. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to unpack, telling herself that moving into a new house always felt a little unsettling at first. The first night was uneventful. She unpacked until late, then crawled into the guest room she had claimed for herself until the bedroom furniture arrived. The mattress was firm and smelled faintly of the previous owners, but that wasn't unusual. Around midnight, she awoke to a soft creaking from the living room. She lay still for a few minutes, straining to listen. Another creak, then a soft thump. Her heart pounded. "Hello?" she called softly, hoping the sound of her voice would reassure her. No reply. Just the quiet hum of the heating system. She got out of bed and tiptoed to the top of the stairs, peering down into the living room. The shadows stretched across the floor, warped by the dim streetlights outside. Everything seemed normal. She shook her head and went back to bed, telling herself she was imagining things. The next morning, Jenna tried to keep busy. She unpacked kitchen boxes and put away dishes. That's when she noticed the first oddity. A mug she had left on the counter was now on the kitchen table. Frowning, she checked the counter again, no explanation. Maybe she had moved it and forgotten, she told herself. By the second night, the house seemed almost alive. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside felt amplified. She had just gotten into bed when she heard a soft scratching at her bedroom door. Her stomach tightened. Holding her phone like a weapon, she inched toward the door. The scratching stopped as soon as she approached. Morning brought a brief sense of relief. Maybe it had been a branch scraping the siding. She went about her day, exploring closets and setting up furniture. But unease lingered. Objects shifted slightly, and she sometimes felt a brush of movement out of the corner of her eye, though she could see nothing there. The third night was worse. Around 2 a.m., she awoke to a low, muffled whisper. At first, she thought it was her imagination, but the sound persisted. It was faint but distinct, coming from the hallway outside her room. She froze, trying to pinpoint it, her heart hammering in her chest. Gathering her courage, she grabbed a flashlight and slowly descended the stairs. The living room was empty. The air felt colder than the rest of the house, and the flashlight beam caught a shadow moving across the far wall. She blinked, and it was gone. Trembling, she checked the doors and windows. All locked, all secure. Days passed. Jenna tried to rationalize everything, attributing noises to the house settling or the wind. But the occurrences became harder to ignore. She found small muddy footprints on the kitchen floor, leading to and from the back door. She was certain she had locked it. She started checking every lock multiple times a day, yet the sense of being watched never left her. One afternoon, while unpacking the bedroom closet, she found a small, leather-bound journal tucked behind a false panel. Curiosity overpowered caution. The journal belonged to the previous owner, a man named Carl. His entries began innocuously, detailing home repairs and garden work, but quickly devolved into paranoia. He wrote about hearing footsteps in empty rooms, whispers when he was alone, and the sense that someone or something was always observing him. The last entry, written just days before he sold the house, was scrawled in large, desperate letters. "They know I'm alone. I can't leave. They won't let me." Jenna shivered, the hairs on the back of her neck standing up. That night, the whispers returned, unmistakable and deliberate. "Get out." Her phone felt heavy in her hand as she called 911, her voice barely a whisper. The dispatcher asked her to describe the situation, but the words caught in her throat. Then she heard it again, this time behind her, as though someone had just stepped into the room. She bolted out the front door, barefoot in the cold November air. She spent the night in her car, parked on the street, watching the house from across the yard. The porch light flickered inexplicably, though she hadn't touched any switches. She saw shadows moving behind the curtains, subtle but unmistakable, and the whispers carried faintly on the wind. She didn't sleep at all. The next day, she called a locksmith to change the locks and installed additional security cameras inside the house. For a few days, things seemed calm, though she never truly felt safe. Then, small things started to happen again. Drawers left closed were open in the morning, chairs slightly moved, her keys missing from the counter only to reappear elsewhere. The cameras captured nothing unusual. One night, around midnight, Jenna woke to the sound of laughter, soft, hollow, and far away, echoing through the hallways. She sat up, straining to locate the source. The sound was everywhere and nowhere at once. The temperature in the room dropped, and her breath came in visible puffs. She could see shadows crawling along the walls, twisting and stretching unnaturally. Terrified, she grabbed her coat and rushed to the front door, only to find it would not open. No matter how hard she pulled, the lock refused to give. She pounded on it, screaming for help, but no one was outside. The whispers had grown louder, forming words she couldn't understand but could feel in her bones. The next morning, a neighbor knocked on her door, concerned. "I heard screaming last night. Are you okay?" Jenna wanted to explain, but the words caught in her throat. She simply shook her head and stepped back. The neighbor left, uneasy but respectful of her privacy. Over the following weeks, Jenna stopped trying to rationalize what was happening. She moved her furniture closer to the center of rooms, kept lights on constantly, and rarely left her bedroom. Still, the whispers continued. Sometimes they called her name, sometimes they hissed threats she couldn't fully comprehend. She began to notice a pattern. The more she ignored them, the more aggressive they became. One evening, she ventured into the basement, flashlight in hand. The room smelled of damp earth and decay, and the beam of light fell on shelves of tools and boxes left behind by the previous owners. As she stepped further in, she saw fresh footprints in the dust, small, almost childlike, but no one was there. Panic gripped her. She ran upstairs, locking every door behind her. Weeks turned into months. Jenna's friends stopped calling. She stopped going outside. Her world shrank to the rooms she could occupy safely, avoiding the spaces where the shadows and whispers were strongest. Occasionally, she would catch glimpses of something standing at the end of the hallway or behind a curtain, but when she focused, it vanished. The journal she had found became her only companion, a silent testament to the previous occupant's fate. She read it repeatedly, each entry a mirror of her own experiences. The house was patient. It was waiting, learning, feeding on fear. And Jenna knew, deep down, that it had no intention of letting her go. One night, she woke to the feeling of breath on her neck. She spun around, knife in hand, but there was nothing. The whispers were louder than ever, surrounding her, pressing into her mind. Her phone lines were dead. Her internet was gone. She was utterly isolated. The following morning, neighbors noticed the house was quiet again, unnaturally so. Mail piled up on the porch. Windows were fogged from the inside. A few curious onlookers reported seeing a faint silhouette at a window, a woman staring out, eyes wide, frozen. When they tried to approach, the front door was locked tight, and no one answered. Months later, the house remained in the same eerie silence, a monument to the woman who had moved in seeking independence and privacy, but had instead found something far older, far patient, and far more terrifying. The whispers could still be heard by those brave enough or foolish enough to linger nearby, a reminder that some houses are never truly empty. Story the end. The first night alone in the new house was worse than I expected. Moving in during the late afternoon left me little time to settle, and by the time the sun dipped below the trees lining my street, the house already felt alien. I'd bought it on a whim, a small two-story colonial on the edge of a sleepy town in Pennsylvania. The neighborhood was quiet, too quiet, and though I'd read that the previous owners had been kind and neighborly, there was an emptiness to the place that gnawed at me. Boxes were stacked haphazardly in the living room. Some furniture had yet to be assembled. The smell of fresh paint and old wood mingled, a combination that should have been comforting but wasn't. I unpacked slowly, trying to distract myself from the weird feeling that someone or something was already watching. By 8 o'clock, I'd made myself some takeout and tried to eat in the living room, but every creak of the floorboards or sudden tap of the wind against the siding made me jump. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid. The house was old. It would make noises. That's all. After eating, I carried the last box upstairs to the bedroom I'd chosen. The stairs groaned under my weight, loud in the otherwise quiet house. The bedroom faced the backyard, which stretched into dense woods. I could barely see past the shadows of the trees, and the darkness seemed to press against the window pane. I told myself that was normal too. Woods are dark at night, but I felt exposed in a way I hadn't in an apartment with neighbors on all sides. I was about to set up my laptop when I noticed something odd. The window curtain was drawn slightly differently than I had left it. I must have been imagining it. I closed it fully, convincing myself that nothing had moved while I wasn't looking. By 11, I decided to go to bed. I set an alarm for the next morning, told myself I'd relax, and turned off the lights. For a few minutes, all was quiet. The occasional settling creak of the house sounded normal, until the scratching began. At first, it was faint, almost imperceptible, like a fingernail on wood coming from the hallway outside my room. I froze. The sound continued, slow and deliberate, stopping whenever I held my breath. I told myself it was a branch brushing against the house, but the rhythm was wrong. It wasn't random. It was too steady, too intentional. It sounded like footsteps pacing the hall, dragging. I grabbed my phone for light and crept toward the door. My hand shook as I turned the knob slowly. The hallway beyond was empty. The house seemed to sigh around me, groaning as though disturbed. I stepped into the hallway, bat in hand, and glanced toward the staircase. My heart skipped when I saw the attic door. A small square in the ceiling was slightly ajar. I was sure I had closed it earlier. The scratching had stopped. Now there was silence, the kind that presses into your ears, making you hyper-aware of every little sound. I debated calling the police, but I didn't want to seem insane. I rationalized the previous owners might have left the attic partially open. Maybe an animal had gotten inside. I slowly climbed the stairs to investigate. Each step creaked, betraying my presence. At the top, the hallway was dimly lit by the streetlight outside. I positioned the bat in front of me and stared up at the attic door. There was a faint scratch on the wood that hadn't been there before. My stomach churned. The sound of something moving above my head, soft, shuffling steps, started again. I called out, voice trembling. "Hello? Is anyone there?" No answer. Just the faint scraping, moving from one end of the attic to the other. I gritted my teeth, forced my hand to pull the string, and lowered the attic ladder. The wood groaned under the motion. Dust drifted down like ash in a fireless room. I climbed cautiously. The attic was pitch black, the single bulb in the ceiling too weak to illuminate the space. Boxes lined the walls, forgotten possessions of someone else's life. The air was colder up there and smelled faintly of mold and something metallic. I shined my phone flashlight across the room. Nothing. Then I heard it, soft breathing. Deliberate, shallow, directly in front of me. My light swept to the far corner and I froze. Something was crouched low to the floor, its body hidden in shadows, but the movement was unmistakable. A hand, or something that looked like a hand, emerged from the darkness, scraping against the floorboards. It had fingers that seemed too long, too thin. It moved slowly, deliberately, as if testing the space. I stumbled backward, heart hammering, almost losing my balance on the ladder. My phone slipped from my hand and clattered to the floor, sending up a small cloud of dust. The thing, whatever it was, froze, then slowly turned its head toward me. Its face was partially hidden by long hair, but I could see eyes. Dark, wide, impossibly still. I bolted down the ladder, hands scrambling for grip. The attic door slammed shut behind me with a force I hadn't applied. I ran to my bedroom, locked the door, and pressed myself against it, bat still clutched in shaking hands. For hours, I stayed like that, listening. Occasionally, I thought I heard the faintest scratch against the floor outside my door. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, the house seemed ordinary again. Sunlight poured through the windows, birds chirped, and the air smelled of warm wood. I tried to convince myself it was a nightmare, a trick of the mind. But when I looked at the attic door, it was slightly open again, exactly like the night before. I spent the day unpacking quickly, trying to ignore the feeling that someone was watching me. I kept the lights on all evening, television on for background noise, and avoided the attic altogether. But around 10, I began hearing faint noises again. Scratches, shuffling, something dragging across the floors above. I called a friend, his voice a comfort over the phone. I tried to explain what was happening, but I didn't want him to think I was crazy. He told me it was probably the house settling, that old houses make noises. I wanted to believe him, but when the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps passed directly above my room, I knew it wasn't just the house. I stayed up all night, flashlight in hand, waiting for dawn. By morning, exhaustion had clouded my mind, but I couldn't shake the dread. Every floorboard, every shadow, every whisper of wind against the house felt like it was something else, something alive. The third night, I heard it again. This time, I didn't wait. I went upstairs, bat in hand, determined to face whatever it was. I climbed slowly, every creak of the stairs echoing in the quiet. The attic ladder was down, the door open. I shined my flashlight into the darkness. Nothing. Then I heard the breathing, low and wet, coming from the far corner. A figure moved into view. Its body was twisted unnaturally, limbs bending at odd angles, its face tilted to the side, hair hanging like ropes over its features. Its eyes caught the light, pitch black and unblinking. It smiled, not with its mouth, but with its entire face, stretching in a way that was wrong. I turned and ran. Down the stairs, through the hallway, out the front door. I didn't stop running until I reached the street, then got in my car and drove aimlessly until daylight. I didn't go back. I stayed in a motel for days, too afraid to return. A week later, I called the real estate agent. She sounded uneasy. "Your neighbors say someone's been seen in the upstairs windows every night," she said. "You need to let us know if anyone's staying there. Also, the attic ladder has been down since you left." I didn't respond. Some houses don't want new owners. Some houses don't let go. And sometimes the things inside them follow you long after you leave. Story the end. The moving truck had pulled away hours ago, leaving me standing alone in the driveway of a house that didn't feel like it belonged to me yet. The November air hung cold and still, the kind of stillness that made you feel like the world was holding its breath. The house loomed in front of me. 2 stories, old but not quite historic, with paint that had faded unevenly over decades. It wasn't beautiful. Not in the way people describe homes they fall in love with. I hadn't fallen in love with this one. It was simply available, cheap, a fresh start after a breakup that had split my life down the middle like cracked glass. I unlocked the front door and stepped into the hollow quiet. Every sound felt too loud, the echo of my footsteps, the clink of my keys hitting the counter, the sigh of the air conditioner kicking on even though it hadn't been warm all day. I told myself it was normal. Empty houses always made too much noise. I spent the first hour unpacking the essentials. Bedding, a change of clothes, my toothbrush. Everything else was scattered in boxes throughout the living room like debris from a small disaster. I ate takeout on the floor, using a box as a table, and tried to pretend the silence didn't bother me. But by the time the sun dipped behind the trees, a dull unease had settled over me. I turned on every lamp I owned. The house still felt dark. Around 11, when I finally crawled into bed, I noticed something strange, or at least I thought it was strange. The house had gone quiet again. The air conditioner wasn't running. The pipes weren't knocking. The faint hum of electricity, the background noise you stop noticing after a while, wasn't there. It was the kind of silence you only hear in the woods or deep in a basement where concrete walls swallow sound. I rolled over, pulled the blanket up to my chin, and told myself the place just needed time to warm up. Old houses had moods. I must have drifted off because sometime in the night a sound pulled me back awake. It wasn't loud, more like a weight shifting, wood settling, the kind of noise that could be anything. Except it hadn't happened earlier, not once during the day. I held my breath and listened. Another sound, on the first floor. A slow creak, followed by a softer one, as if the floorboards were pushing back under someone's steps. I sat up. It didn't make sense. I had locked the doors. I had checked twice. My hand hovered over my phone for a second, but calling the police because I heard a noise felt ridiculous. I forced myself out of bed, legs trembling a little. The bedroom door was cracked open, and a cold draft slipped through the gap, brushing against my skin. The hallway was darker than the room behind me. I hadn't turned off the light at the bottom of the stairs, but it wasn't shining anymore. I frowned and flipped the switch beside my door. Nothing happened. The power had gone out. Another creak from downstairs made the hair on my arms rise. I moved toward the staircase one slow step at a time, gripping my phone like a weapon, its dim glow barely cutting through the dark. When I reached the landing, I hesitated. I could still hear something moving. Not footsteps now, but something lighter, more subtle. A faint scrape, a tap, a soft rhythmic thud like a heartbeat beneath the floor. I leaned over the railing, shining my phone's light downward. Empty. The living room was full of boxes, exactly where I'd left them. The kitchen counters were bare. The front door was still closed, but the basement door stood wide open. I hadn't even touched that door since moving in. A chill crawled slowly down my spine. I thought of raccoons, stray cats, anything that might have wandered in earlier without me noticing, anything other than a person. My mind insisted on that possibility, even though deep down I felt certain whatever was in the house wasn't something normal. I stayed frozen at the top of the stairs until the sound stopped. That should have comforted me, but the sudden silence felt worse than the noise had. Eventually, I went back to my room and shut the door firmly. I locked it, something I had never done before in my own house. Sleep didn't come easily, but exhaustion eventually dragged me under. I woke up in daylight, surprised I'd slept at all. The power was back, humming pleasantly through the walls. The basement door was closed when I went downstairs, which I tried to convince myself was a good sign. I didn't open it. Instead, I brewed coffee and told myself the whole thing had been nerves, the product of a stressful week in an unfamiliar house. The day passed quietly. I focused on unpacking, filling the empty rooms with familiar things, pictures on the mantle, dishes in the cabinets, books on the shelves. But as the sun began to set, that uneasy feeling returned, settling into my chest like a weight. At 8:32 p.m., I heard it again, a creak from the basement. I froze, heart pounding, listening hard. Nothing followed. Not another sound, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I grabbed a flashlight, one of the few things I had unpacked fully, and in a burst of courage or foolishness, I decided I'd confront whatever was causing this. The basement might have loose boards, drafts, something perfectly explainable. When I opened the basement door, a gust of cold air hit me. The stairs disappeared into darkness, with the air thick and damp like a wet cellar after rainfall. I shone my flashlight down. The light didn't reach the bottom. I took one step down, then another. The house groaned behind me the way it did when temperature shifted, but this groan felt different, closer, more deliberate. Halfway down the stairs, my foot caught on something. I looked down and saw a small object sitting on the step, a nail, bent, rusted. I picked it up, confused. It didn't belong there. Something moved below me. A shuffle, a whisper of air. My flashlight flickered. I slapped the side of it instinctively, trying to bring it back, and when it steadied, something at the bottom of the stairs caught the light. Something white. I focused the beam, a single footprint, bare, wet, stamped onto the concrete floor. My breath left me in a quiet gasp. I stumbled backward up the stairs, nearly tripping, and slammed the basement door shut with a force that rattled the frame. I stood there shaking, the flashlight still trembling in my hand. There was someone, or something, down there. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the couch with every light in the house turned on, clutching my phone. The noises didn't stop. Muttered creaks, faint taps, the soft movement of something shifting in the dark. At 3:14 a.m., the basement door clicked softly, as if someone pressed their palm against it from the other side. By morning, I had made a decision. I was going to call a locksmith, get new locks installed, and maybe even ask someone to come check out the basement just to cover all possibilities. I didn't want to be that person who ignored every red flag until it was too late. I wasn't stupid. At least I didn't think I was. But when I opened my bedroom door, something on the hallway floor made my stomach twist. Another footprint. Wet. Bare. Facing my door. I stepped back instinctively, heart racing so fast it hurt. The footprint glistened slightly, as if whatever made it had left it only moments before. I checked the house again. Every room, every corner. No one. Nothing. The basement door was closed. I didn't have the courage to open it. I called the locksmith the moment they opened. The guy on the phone said the earliest he could come was around 3. Fine. I'd deal with uneasy silence for a few hours. At 12:30, as I ate lunch, I didn't have any appetite for another sound echoed through the house. A low, dragging noise, like something heavy being pulled across the basement floor. I grabbed my keys and walked straight out the front door, leaving the house behind me. I sat in my car with the engine running, hands shaking uncontrollably. I didn't go back inside until the locksmith arrived. He changed the locks, complimented my vintage-style front door, and left without noticing the footprints, because they had dried by then, or soaked into the floor. Whatever had happened, they were gone. I almost felt relieved. until I realized the basement door didn't even have a lock. I stayed in the living room for the rest of the night, curled under a blanket, determined not to go upstairs. The house felt alive around me, shifting and creaking in ways I hadn't heard during the day. The basement door stood at the end of the hallway, barely visible but unmistakably present. At 1:52 a.m., something began scratching from the other side of the door. Slow, deep, deliberate. I covered my ears and squeezed my eyes shut, but the sound crawled under my skin anyway. Then it stopped. I lowered my hands. Silence stretched out so long it became unbearable. And then my phone buzzed. A text message. Unknown number. I stared at the screen. I'm not in the basement anymore. I dropped the phone, heart slamming in my chest. I looked up slowly, every instinct screaming not to. At the far end of the hallway, something was standing just outside the glow of the living room lamp. I couldn't make out its shape, but I saw movement, a tilt of the head, a slow step forward. I scrambled backward until my shoulders hit the wall. The thing took another step, and my vision blurred with fear. I don't remember much after that. Just darkness. Panic. A scream that might have been my own. I woke up in the hospital 2 days later. A neighbor had called for a wellness check after seeing my front door wide open. The police found me unconscious on the living room floor. They found no signs of forced entry. No intruder. Nothing. The basement was completely empty. I moved out the same day my sister picked me up from the hospital. I didn't even go back inside. I left everything behind. Sometimes late at night, I get another text from that same unknown number. I block it every time, but somehow it always comes back. Always the same message. I know where you are. Story the end. The moving truck had barely pulled out of the driveway when the silence of the house pressed in around me like a thick fog. The place felt too big, too empty, echoing every step I took across the hardwood floors. It was my first home, my first real place after years of renting small apartments, and I had insisted I could handle the first night alone. My friends had offered to stay and help me unpack, but I'd waved them off. I wanted the experience, the pride of settling in by myself. Now, standing in the living room with half-unpacked boxes stacked like mute sentinels around me, I wasn't so sure. The house had been built in the 1970s, a 2-story place on a quiet street in a small town in upstate New York. During the showing, it had felt cozy, lived in, safe. But real estate agents have a way of making any house feel warm, even when it's not. The moment the door closed behind me for the first time, something about the house shifted. It was subtle, a chill in the air, a heaviness in the walls, a quiet that felt too intentional. I shook it off and opened a box labeled kitchen. Sorting plates and silverware was a good distraction, and the simple rhythm of unpacking helped settle my nerves. Every creak and groan of the house had an explanation, I told myself. Old wood, temperature changes, settling noises, all completely normal. But at nearly 9 p.m., as I heated up leftover pizza in the microwave, I heard the first sound that didn't feel normal. Footsteps, slow ones, upstairs. I froze, staring at the ceiling. The steps were faint but unmistakable. A rhythmic creak, creak, creak. The microwave beeped, making me jump. I grabbed my phone, thumb hovering over 911, but forced myself to breathe. Houses made noises. The place had radiators, pipes, old boards, and the previous owners had warned me the house took time to wake up and stretch, whatever that meant. I wasn't about to call the police because my imagination was louder than the house. Still, I didn't go upstairs. Not right away. Instead, I stayed in the kitchen with every light on until nearly midnight. It wasn't until exhaustion overcame fear that I finally forced myself upstairs. My bedroom was the only room I'd fully unpacked, and I slipped into bed quickly, pulling the blankets up even though the air wasn't cold. The house settled again. Walls groaned. Something tapped lightly, maybe from the wind against the siding. I must have drifted in and out of sleep because I don't remember when exactly I first heard the whisper. It was soft, softer than breath, but it came from inside the room. I sat up so fast, my vision blurred. Nothing. Just moonlight spilling through the curtains, illuminating the half-open closet door I didn't remember leaving open. My throat went dry. I stared at the closet for so long my eyes watered. Part of me wanted to get up and close it. Another part told me not to move at all. The whisper came again. This time it was clearer. A single word. Leave. My skin crawled. I fumbled for the lamp beside my bed and switched it on. Light flooded the room, too bright, and the whisper stopped. The closet was empty, the shadows normal again but the air in the room felt wrong, like someone had just exhaled next to me. Sleep was impossible after that. I stayed awake until dawn, lights on, replaying the whisper in my mind. By morning, exhaustion made me question everything. Maybe I dreamed it. Maybe the stress of moving, the emptiness of the house, the unfamiliar sounds, it all piled up into one auditory hallucination fueled by anxiety. By lunchtime, I almost believed it. That was the last moment the house felt normal. The second night started quietly, which somehow made it worse. Silence meant waiting. Waiting meant anticipating something to break it. I tried to distract myself by unpacking my office upstairs. The room was small, tucked at the end of the hall, with one window overlooking the backyard. As I sorted books onto the shelf, a strange scent drifted through the room, musty, like damp soil. The air grew colder, as if someone had opened a window behind me. I turned. The window was closed, locked. But as I stared, the faint outline of hand, just a smear, like condensation shaped by fingers, began forming on the glass from the inside. I stepped back, chest tightening. The handprint faded just as quickly as it had appeared. Nope. No. Absolutely not. I went downstairs, grabbed my keys, and headed for the front door. I didn't care if I had to stay at a motel. I could pack a bag and come back for the rest later. But the deadbolt wouldn't turn. It wasn't stuck. It resisted me, as if someone on the other side was holding it still. My breath shook as I put my weight into it, but the lock didn't budge. I tried the sliding back door. Same result. Jammed solid. Even the windows wouldn't open. Panic clawed up my throat. I sat on the living room floor and forced myself to breathe until I stopped shaking. I wasn't trapped. Locks jam sometimes. Houses shift. It could all be mechanical. Still, I kept every light on as night fell. That was when the voices started. Not whispers this time. Movement. As if multiple people were walking upstairs. Not pacing. Moving with purpose. I stared up at the ceiling, heart pounding. The footsteps were too heavy to be the house settling. And then came the dragging sound, like furniture being pulled across the floor. I grabbed the nearest thing that could be used as a weapon, a screwdriver, and crept upstairs. Each step creaked under my weight as the noises grew louder. When I reached the top landing, the house fell silent. I stood there, pulse thundering in my ears. Then, behind me, the floorboard creaked. I spun around, screwdriver raised, but the hallway was empty. All the doors were closed, except one. My office door. It stood open just a few inches wider than it had been earlier. And inside, the smell of damp soil hit me again. I stepped closer and felt the temperature drop with every foot. The air almost vibrated with tension, like an electrical hum just below hearing level. Goosebumps crawled up my arms. Something moved inside the room. I didn't see it. I felt it. A shift in the air, a presence. Then a voice, not a whisper this time, but a low rasp, spoke from the darkness. Get out. Every instinct in my body screamed at once. I ran. Down the stairs, nearly tripping over the last step. I grabbed my phone to call the police, but the screen was black. Dead despite being fully charged hours earlier. The lights flickered. Then they went out. The darkness swallowed everything. I stood frozen, unable to breathe, listening to the sound of footsteps descending the stairs slowly, methodically, one step at a time. I backed away until I hit the wall. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped. Silence. I waited, heart pounding so loudly it filled my ears. I could almost hear my own blood. Then something brushed past my leg. Not violently, not aggressively, just a cold, deliberate touch. I bolted toward the kitchen and grabbed a flashlight from a drawer, flicking it on with shaking hands. The beam cut through the dark, illuminating the empty room. Empty. But the back door was wide open. I didn't question it. I didn't think. I ran outside into the night air, sprinting across the yard and down the street until my lungs burned and my legs gave out. I ended up at a gas station nearly a mile away, collapsing onto the curb. The cashier rushed out to ask what happened, but I couldn't explain. I could barely speak. The police checked the house. No signs of forced entry, no intruders, no footprints inside or outside. They suggested stress, exhaustion, or perhaps a sleep-related episode. One officer even hinted, gently, that new homeowners sometimes project fear into unfamiliar spaces. I didn't go back for 2 days. When I finally did, escorted by a friend, everything looked untouched. Peaceful, even. The doors opened fine, my phone worked, the house smelled normal. My friends stayed with me that night. Nothing happened. The next night, they stayed again. Still nothing. By the end of the week, even I started to wonder if it had all been some kind of psychological event. Then my friend left, and I was alone again. The house waited until 2:14 a.m. I woke to the sound of my name being whispered directly into my ear, not from across the room, not from the hallway, right beside me. I turned on the lamp with a trembling hand. The closet door was open again, but this time, someone was standing inside, tall, shadowed, motionless. Only the eyes were visible, two pale shapes staring at me with a hunger I could feel in my bones. I couldn't scream, couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The figure stepped forward. The room went cold, colder than any winter I'd ever felt. My vision blurred around the edges. "Leave," it whispered again, its voice layered, as if several people spoke at once. I ran out of the house barefoot, keys in hand, and didn't stop running until I reached my car. I drove all the way to a hotel 2 towns over and checked in, shaking so badly the clerk asked if I needed a doctor. I never went back to the house alone. 2 months later, I sold it at a loss. The new buyers asked why I was moving out so quickly. I told them the house didn't feel right. I didn't tell them about the voice in the closet or the figure or the whisper that still crawls into my dreams some nights, telling me that leaving wasn't enough. Because even now, in my new apartment, sometimes I wake up to the sound of someone walking down the hall toward my bedroom, slowly, deliberately, one step at a time. Story the end. The first night in my new house was quieter than I expected. Moving in had taken all day, and by the time the locks was carried inside, the sun had dipped below the horizon. The house was on the outskirts of a small town in Pennsylvania, tucked at the edge of a wooded lot. My parents had left early the next morning for a business trip, leaving me alone with instructions to settle in and be careful. I told myself I'd be fine. I'd spent my whole life in busy apartments, so a little silence didn't scare me. But as soon as the front door clicked shut behind them, I felt it, an emptiness so thick it pressed against my chest. I unpacked a few boxes and tried to convince myself that the house just needed to be broken in, that every creak and groan was normal. But when I turned on the lights, shadows stretched across the walls in ways that didn't make sense. One hallway lamp flickered repeatedly, even though the bulb was new. I ignored it, telling myself it was just the wiring, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Around midnight, I heard it, a soft tapping, almost like fingernails on glass. My bedroom window faced the backyard, and I could see nothing beyond the faint silver of moonlight on the trees. I told myself it was a branch brushing the glass, or maybe an animal. But the tapping continued, irregular, deliberate. My pulse quickened, and I pulled the curtains closed, pressing my back against the wall. Eventually, the sound stopped, but the unease didn't. I slept fitfully, waking every hour to the slightest sound, the floorboards groaning under my own weight, the wind rattling the front door, the faint rustle of leaves outside. By morning, I felt drained, as though I had never slept at all. The next day, I tried to distract myself by exploring the house. The layout was odd. Long hallways, small rooms that seemed to serve no purpose, doors that led to closets with nothing inside. In the basement, I found the fuse box and a collection of dusty tools left behind by the previous owner. Nothing felt out of place, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the basement was too quiet, too still, as though it was waiting for me to leave. That night, the tapping returned, this time from inside the house. I was sitting in the living room trying to read when I heard a soft knock coming from the kitchen. I froze. "Hello?" I called, my voice cracking. No answer. I grabbed a flashlight and crept down the hall. The kitchen was empty. Cabinets were closed, the fridge hummed normally, the sink was dry, but on the counter, a single glass sat, filled with water I hadn't poured. I swallowed hard and backed out of the kitchen, trying to convince myself I had imagined it. Sleep was impossible. I stayed awake, listening, until dawn. The sunlight didn't make me feel safer. It only made the shadows in the corners of the room seem sharper, almost purposeful. On the third night, it escalated. I was in my bedroom when I heard footsteps upstairs. My room was on the second floor. The stairs creaked, slow and deliberate. My heart pounded. I grabbed a baseball bat I had found in the basement and crept toward the hallway. The footsteps stopped when I reached the top of the stairs. I waited, holding my breath, listening. Then came the whisper. My name, drawn out and soft, almost loving. I spun around. No one. Nothing. I ran downstairs and checked the doors. All were locked, all windows secure. No one could be in the house. And yet I could feel it. A presence. Hovering, watching, patient. Over the next few days, small things began to happen more frequently. Items would move when I wasn't looking. My backpack was on the couch one moment, on the floor the next. Drawers that I had closed tightly were ajar. I heard murmurs when I was alone, soft voices just beyond comprehension. I began leaving lights on in every room, hoping the brightness would keep whatever it was at bay, but the darkness seemed to follow me anyway. One afternoon, I explored the attic. It was cramped, filled with old furniture, boxes, and forgotten belongings. In a corner, I found a small journal, yellowed with age. The handwriting was elegant but shaky. The entries were from the previous owner, a man named Edward. He wrote about strange noises, of shadows that moved without reason, of a feeling that he was never truly alone. One entry chilled me. It waits for the one who dares to be alone. It knows your fear before you do. That night, the house felt alive. The whispers became clearer, no longer just murmurs but sentences. You shouldn't be here. Why do you run? I tried to ignore them, but every creak and groan sounded intentional, as though the house itself were taunting me. Then came the scratching, from the walls, the ceiling, the floor, everywhere at once. I grabbed my flashlight and followed the sound to the living room. The beam illuminated the wall opposite the sofa. Marks, long and deep, as if something had been clawing at the drywall. My breath came in shallow gasps. I backed away, heart racing. The scratching stopped. Silence returned. I didn't dare move until morning. By the fifth day, exhaustion had begun to warp my perception. I could hear footsteps constantly, feel eyes on me in every room. I stopped leaving my bedroom. I avoided mirrors. Sometimes the reflection seemed delayed, showing movements I hadn't made. I caught glimpses of shadows that didn't belong to me, fleeting and quick, disappearing when I looked directly. One night, I woke to a cold, oppressive pressure on my chest. I couldn't move. The room was dark, but I could sense a figure standing over me. I could hear it breathing, low and slow. Panic surged, but I forced myself to stay still, praying it would leave. Eventually, it did, slipping into the shadows like smoke. I didn't sleep again that night. Desperate, I tried to leave during the day. I went to the car, but the keys were nowhere to be found. I checked every room, every pocket, every drawer. They had vanished. When I returned inside, I found the keys lying in the middle of the living room floor, surrounded by faint footprints that weren't mine. Small, childlike, but impossibly fast, they disappeared into the hallway. The following evening, I heard whispering from the attic again. This time, it called me by name repeatedly, coaxing me upward. Against my better judgment, I climbed the stairs, flashlight trembling in my hands. The attic was empty except for the boxes and dust, but the air was thick, almost liquid, pressing against me. The whispers grew urgent, impatient. A cold hand brushed my shoulder. I spun, flashlight illuminating nothing but shadows. I felt a presence circle me, brushing close, then retreating. A box fell from the top shelf with a crash. I screamed and ran down the stairs, slamming the attic door behind me. That night, I barricaded myself in my bedroom. I used chairs, my desk, anything I could move. I could hear the house around me, alive with whispers, footsteps, scratching. Hours passed, though it felt like days. At some point, the sound stopped, replaced by a low hum, like the house itself breathing. I drifted into an uneasy sleep. I woke to sunlight streaming through the blinds. Everything was silent. The house appeared normal. No footprints, no scratches, no whispers. I ran downstairs, flinging open doors and windows. Nothing. I checked the attic, the basement, every corner. Nothing. It was like the previous 5 days had been a fever dream. When my parents returned, I barely spoke. They didn't question the scratches on the wall, the items moved around the house, or the footprints in the living room. I never told anyone what had happened, for fear they'd think I was crazy. I left the house to live with a friend shortly after, renting an apartment in town. But even now, months later, I can't escape the feeling. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I hear faint whispers in my apartment, just on the edge of hearing. The shadows sometimes linger longer than they should. And when I close my eyes, I see the house in Pennsylvania, dark and patient, waiting for me to return. Story the end.